Chapter 575. A few people from the Taishaman came. It should not be enough for the Foreign Affairs Hall Master to behave like this. There must be other inside stories. Now that the Chunyang Palace had just reached an agreement with the Green Jade Immortal Island. Some people from the Taishaman came to the door. Could it be that they noticed something? Is the palace master something that they can casually come and see? Elder Gao Shiren, who was next to him, directly refuted Su Qingxin. First send someone to receive them and ask what is the matter. Palace master, they have 15 people. Su Qingxin gritted his teeth and could only tell the truth among them. There is also a Deshang stage elder who has not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. The others are all Yuaning stage ancestors. And the leader is the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the Taishaman. A master of the Deshang stage, plus 14 Yuaning stage ancestors. This lineup was by no means a peaceful visit. Everyone's face suddenly changed. What did this mean? I also ask the Lord of Tantai to forgive us. Please sit down. The head of the palace got up directly and apologized to the Lord of Tantai and several distinguished guests of the Green Jade Immortal Island, then turned around and told Su Qingxin, serve the distinguished guests of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Let's go ahead and see. Since the Taishaman dispatched a Deshang stage elder who had not appeared for a long time, it was also appropriate for the head of the palace to come forward. The other side's lineup was so big, the head of the palace and Elder Zhengfeng, Yang Chen were already mentally prepared. It was estimated that it was for that matter. Fortunately, Yang Chen and the palace master had the foresight to arrange everything properly. The people who came were of high status, and Su Qingxin directly arranged for them to be received in the main hall of the Chunyang Palace. When the head of the palace arrived, a group of 15 people from the Taishaman were sitting in the guest seats in the main hall of the Chunyang Palace. Although they were sitting, all 15 people had a frosty expression on their faces, and they did not hide their master's aura. In the entire hall, there was an unspeakable aura, and even the disciples of the pure Yang Palace who were responsible for serving them were trembling with fear. Everyone had a cup of tea by their side, but no one picked it up to take a sip. None of the 15 people said a word. It was as if they were demonstrating their strength. They just sat there and waited quietly. It turns out that Elder Ming and Hall Master Mao are here. It's an honor to have you here in Chunyang Palace. Palace Master Zhang Jiao's face showed a warm smile. The person had not yet arrived, but his voice had already reached the hall. With Yang Chen's identity, there was no way to enter the main hall of Chunyang Palace to accompany him. Only a few elders followed him. However, this did not prevent Yang Chen from releasing a few traces of spiritual awareness to explore the movement in the main hall. Now everyone's conversation was heard by Yang Chen. Mao Qi was the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishaman, and he was also the person who led the team this time. The full name of Elder Ming in the mouth of the head of the palace was Ming Guangrua. He was the master of the Deshang stage who discovered the aura of Yang Chen's welcoming array. At the same time, he was also the master of the Taishaman's mountain gate all year round. In the name of guarding, he was actually guarding the welcoming array. Because Ming Guangrua had been sitting at the mountain gate, he had been in contact with the Taishaman's welcoming array for many years, so he was very familiar with the aura of the welcoming array. As soon as Yang Chen's array was launched, even if it was thousands of miles away, he could still perceive the spiritual power fluctuations over there. This time, I took the liberty to come here, and I asked Palace Master He to forgive me. Mao Qi was also the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, and he was a slick character. However, he had been in Taishaman for a long time, and there was still a trace of domineering aura. His mouth was beautiful, and he asked the palace master to forgive him, but there was no apology on his face. The head of the palace had been in charge of the sect for many years, and this kind of scene was handled with ease. After the two sides flattered each other, the head of the palace sat down on the main seat and asked, Hall Master Mao and Elder Ming came here this time. What advice do you have? Palace Master He, this is a big matter. Please forgive us for being presumptuous." Mao Qi's mouth was beautiful, but his actions were not embarrassing at all, and he said directly, "My sect was destroyed, and this hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. But the murderer is still at large, and the disciples of the sect have not caught the murderer for a day, and they dare not slack off. That is natural." The head of the palace slammed the table and immediately took over the conversation and said passionately, "My Chunyang palace has also been destroyed, and like your sect, it has been painful. To track down the murderer, Chunyang palace is naturally duty-bound. If there is anything I can help with, please let me know." These words were even more beautiful than Mao Qi's. Even if everyone present understood that this was just the polite words of the head of the palace, no one could expose it. After all, Chunyang Palace did suffer from the destruction of the mountain gate, and the initiator was the Taishaman. Mao Qi and Ming Guangrua were both people who knew the inside story. When they heard the words of the head of the palace, they even felt a little guilty. However, this time, the loss of the Taishaman was too great, and they had to suspect many people. Chunyang Palace was a very suspicious one. First, Chunyang Palace had been destroyed by Liang Xiaoming. Although it was not certain whether Chunyang Palace was aware of it, Chunyang Palace still had a potential motive. The other reason was due to the materials. The income of the 100,000 mountains made many people jealous. At the same time, some rare materials had fallen into the hands of Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace had the financial resources to arrange a welcoming array. Even if it was not done by Chunyang Palace, the materials of Chunyang Palace may have flowed outside. Perhaps this was a clue. Mao Qi came here this time to ask about the materials of the Pyongyang Palace. Where did they go? If that is the case, then I will take the liberty. Mao Qi was guilty, but he was not a simple person. He immediately climbed up, took out a piece of jade, and handed it to the head of the palace with both hands. He said with a smile, "I just want to know, does Chunyang Palace have this batch of materials?" Materials? The head of the palace pretended to take the list and scanned it, and then directly handed it to Elder Zheng Feng. "Elder Zheng, you are in charge of my sect's warehouse. See if there is any in the warehouse." After instructing Elder Zheng Feng, the head of the palace turned back to face Mao Qi and Ming Guangrua. Ming Guangrua also seemed to know that he was not good at dealing with people. He did not speak, and everything was handed over to Mao Qi. However, the head of the palace had to show respect to him, so when he spoke, he also had to take care of Elder Ming. "Most of the materials, my sect should have them," the head of the palace admitted, "but this old man does not remember them all. I have to ask Elder Zheng to confirm it." As soon as they heard the head of the palace say that most of the materials were there, the eyes of the Taishaman all lit up, and their eyes released an undisguised hostility. "Palace Master, these materials, the sect had them a few years ago." This scene, Zheng Feng did not seem to notice. After reading it, he immediately replied. Chapter 576. All of them. When Mao Qi heard the words of Elder Zheng Feng, he was 100 times more spirited. Even Elder Ming, who had been half closing his eyes, stared at the head of the palace and seemed to be waiting for the confirmation of the head of the palace. "Elder Zheng has been in charge of the warehouse of my sect for many years. Since Elder Zheng said that there are all of them, then there are all of them." The head of the palace smiled slightly, ignoring the performance of the Taishaman people, and said with certainty, "I also ask Elder Zheng to work hard to move these materials out and let me check them." Since the head of the palace said that there were, Mao Qi was no longer polite and directly made a request. "Take it out and check it?" The elders of the Chunyang Palace, including the head of the palace, all had a stunned expression on their faces. The head of the palace could not hide the surprise on his face and asked aloud, "Why is this?" "Let the palace master he know." In Mao Qi's eyes there was a hint of threat. My Taishaman sect was destroyed and countless disciples were killed. It is entirely the power of a formation. The materials needed to arrange that kind of formation are among these materials. Anyone who has these materials is suspicious. There are materials that are suspicious? The head of the palace did not speak, but Elder Gaoshan behind him had already said, "This is too much, isn't it?" The hatred of the destruction of the sect is absolutely irreconcilable. Mao Qi's face also changed into another kind of coldness. As long as the things of your Chunying palace are all there, then everything is fine. Otherwise, I ask the palace master he to personally go to Taishimen to explain to my sect master. As soon as the sentence was uttered, the faces of several people in the Chunying palace flashed with anger. Because of this reason, more than a dozen Yuanying stage ancestors came with a master of the Deshang stage, obviously with the idea of strong oppression. And there was also an implicit idea. Once they found something wrong, they would immediately start with the Chunying palace. If you take it out, what should you say? Elder Gaoshan had replaced the head of the palace at this moment and asked directly. If the head of the palace opened his mouth, there would be no room for turning things around. Elder Gao would come forward. Even if it was not appropriate, in the end, the head of the palace could still end it. The Taishimen also had the same idea. Mao Qi stepped forward, but Ming Guangrua remained silent at the back. If there was anything inappropriate, he, the great elder, would step in. Our sect roughly knows how many things Chunying Palace has received in recent years. Mao Qi also knew that he could not force them too much at this time. After all, Chunying Palace was not what it used to be. He said in a negotiating tone, "As long as the number is about the same, there will be no problem." His words seemed to make some sense, but as long as one looked into it carefully, they would find a huge problem. The income of Chunying Palace had only increased in recent decades. Sure enough, the other party had a rough idea. The problem hidden in this was simply shocking. What if my sect's warehouse doesn't allow you to see it? Elder Gaoshan followed up with another question. All the sect, as long as there are these things, all of them are suspects, and all of them must be seen one by one. Mao Qi waved his hand and did not give Elder Gao any face. If you don't let me see it, I'm sorry, it is a guilty conscience. Palace, master, he has to go back to the sect with us. What a big tone. The people of Chunying Palace had not yet answered, but someone had already answered. Do you want to go to our side to check it, and then take this old woman to your Taishimen? The voice belonged to a girl, and it was the Lord of Tantai from the Green Jade Immortal Island who came to discuss. Behind her were naturally the two elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Elder Min and Elder Guan and Shi Shanshan also followed. Bold, Mao Qi shouted and was about to explode. Suddenly he saw the figure of the Lord of Tantai, and he was shocked. The arrogant expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by a panicked face. For the people of Chunying Palace, the Taishimen still dared to be arrogant. After all, the strength of the two sides was too far apart. But in the face of the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, not to mention Mao Qi, even if the sect master of the Taishimen came over, he must be polite and did not dare to neglect. Just now, Mao Qi dared to yell at the Lord of Tantai, which was already a great offense. Slap yourself. The Lord of Tantai's voice was not loud, but it was not polite. Slap yourself. Mao Qi, the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the Taishimen. Even if Elder Ming of the Deshang stage was by the side, he did not even dare to argue. He directly stretched out his hand and slapped his face firmly, then bowed and said, Island Master, are you satisfied with this? What? As long as there are these materials, it is the enemy who attacked your Taishimen? The reason why the Lord of Tantai appeared was because of the words of Mao Qi. The slap was because he dared to scold the Lord of Tantai in his face. Now it was the main topic. I don't dare. It's just that my sect has suffered a great disaster. Tens of thousands of disciples have died tragically. I have to find justice for them. As the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Mao Qi naturally had two skills in his mouth. Although he gave himself a slap in the face, he still had to make his own reasons clear. Of course, the Green Jade Immortal Island is not suspected, but the other sects I have to visit one by one. Since the other party said that the Green Jade Immortal Island was not suspected, and he slapped himself in the face, he gave enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island. It would be a little inappropriate to continue chasing after him. Since we want to get rid of the suspicion, I, the Chunyang Palace, do not do anything guilty, and I am not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. The head of the palace finally came out to smooth things over. Since the friends of the Taishaman want to see it, then let's take a look. Although the words were pleasant to hear, the resentment in the tone could be heard by everyone. Of course, the Chunyang Palace did not have the confidence to challenge the Taishaman. Naturally, they could not be like the Lord of Tantai, who dared to let the other party slap himself in the face. Palace Master, he is magnanimous, we have offended you. When Mao Qi heard that the head of the palace finally let go, he naturally no longer closed his mouth and immediately changed his tone. Then he looked at Elder Zheng Feng, waiting for his arrangement. Elder Zheng Feng frowned, and he looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. In the eyes of the Taishaman, they felt that there was something wrong with this. What's wrong? The head of the palace was stunned and asked very strangely, why don't you get it? Palace Master, these materials. Elder Zheng Feng looked at the Palace Master and looked at the people present. His face was embarrassed for a long time, and then he said, these materials can't be taken out now. Brush, everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Zheng's body, and the Taishaman people swept over with a look of seeing an enemy. Chapter 577. These materials were necessary for the welcoming array. With the intelligence of the Taishaman, Chunyang Palace had enough materials to build a complete welcoming array. Now Elder Zheng actually said that these materials could not be taken out. Didn't it mean that Chunyang Palace was the biggest suspect? Originally, Chunyang Palace had a sect being destroyed once. The key to this, the high-level Taishaman certainly knew. They were just not sure whether Chunyang Palace knew it or not. Now that Chunyang Palace was behaving like this, could it be that they were the culprit? Of course, their guess was right. Chunyang Palace did know all the secrets, and it was Yang Qin who detonated their mountain gate. However, who would admit it? Why can't you take it out? The Palace Master of Chunyang Palace had a look of anger on his face, as if he really didn't know. Reporting to the Palace Master, these materials are good materials for refining flying sword. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, you forgot that 30 years ago you ordered Gao Yu, a disciple of the sect, to refine a batch of good flying sword embryos for the sect to reward a group of outstanding disciples as a life source magic weapon. In the past 30 years, Gao Yu has continuously refined these materials into sword embryos, and most of them have been rewarded. How can you take it out? Elder Zheng Feng's hint was exactly the countermeasures that Yang Qin and the Palace Master had discussed together. Yang Qin listened in the distance and laughed in his heart. This time, the Lord of Tantai came forward. How could these guys from Taishaman not be able to bear the consequences? Listening to this, the head of the palace suddenly realized and patted his head, I really forgot. After that, he turned to the Taishaman and said apologetically, I have let everyone see a joke. They have all been refined into sword embryos and sent out. I really can't take it out. The masters of the Taishaman, headed by Elder Ming, were all livid and looked at the head of the palace without saying a word. Mao Qi stared at the people of Chunyang Palace with extreme suspicion. After a while, he said, since they have all been rewarded, they can't go far to refine their natal magic weapons. Why don't you call all these disciples out and let us see them? That's easy. Palace Master Zhang. Zhao didn't say anything and waved his hand, call out all the disciples who have been rewarded. In addition, bring out the remaining sword embryos. This time, Elder Zheng Feng did not say anything more. He turned around and left. After a while, he brought a large pile of at least a dozen flying sword embryos into the hall. I've already ordered people to call those disciples. They'll be here soon. Elder Zheng Feng was very straightforward this time. When he came back, he reported to the head of the palace, "These are the sword embryos that have not yet been rewarded." This scene made the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Taishaman a little puzzled. However, the Lord of Tantai was sitting on the fishing platform. He didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Mao Qi turned his head to two of the masters he brought and motioned them to come forward and take a look. The two Yuanying stage ancestors were also proficient in refining, and everyone present knew that. The two unceremoniously walked forward and picked up a row of sword embryos. One by one, they looked at it very carefully, as if they were afraid of missing something. After a while, the two took turns to look at all the sword embryos of more than a dozen flying sword embryos. Only then did they return to their original seats. One of the Yuanying stage ancestors smiled and said, "Sure enough, the master has a good disciple." Fairy Gao's refining technique is the essence of Elder Wang's refining. With her jet-on stage cultivation base, this is the best sword embryo that this old man has ever seen. When he opened his mouth, it was equivalent to admitting that these flying swords were indeed made with the materials in the list of materials. But it was not so obvious. Yang Qin found it funny when he heard it from a distance. These sword embryos were all refined by the Yuanying stage ancestors. Even if the level of refining was poor, it could not be made up for by the profound cultivation base. Moreover, Gao Yu finally processed it without really using spiritual awareness. How could it be possible to detect the tricks in it? Although it was admitted that these sword embryos were made with those materials, and the materials were very sufficient, and the quality of the flying sword was good. But even if these materials were added up, it was only a small half of the number. There was still more than half of the number, which was also enough to arrange a welcoming formation. Reporting to the palace master, "Those disciples have been brought." Everyone waited in the main hall for a while, and less than half an hour later, someone came in to report to the head of the palace. "Let them all come in. The predecessors of the Taishaman want to see them." The head of the palace directly ordered. Soon, a total of 17 disciples in the jet-on stage lined up and came in. There were men and women, standing in 2 rows in the open space in the middle of the crowd. They uniformly saluted the head of the palace, and everyone, "Greetings to the palace master. Greetings to the elders. Greetings to the predecessors." Quenching the life source magic weapon was usually carried out after the jet-on stage. These disciples were young and full of potential disciples. It was clear that they were the backbone of the Chunyang Palace that was trying to cultivate, otherwise they would not be allowed to quench their life source magic weapon at this time. 17 disciples. One of them has a magic weapon that is a golden seal, which consumes the most materials. Elder Zheng Feng introduced, and even took out a list and handed it to Mao Qi. On the list, it was recorded what merits these disciples had and when they received what flying sword embryos as rewards. It was clear. What was the name of the rewarded sword embryos? What characteristics, how many materials were used, and the size, weight, and style were also clearly written. According to the records on the list, the materials that the Taishaman said were basically all in it, and the quantity was roughly the same as the number that the Taishaman had mastered. At most, there was a difference of about 10 pounds. 10 pounds of these materials. It was impossible to complete the arrangement of the welcoming array. Hall Master Mao, my Chunyang Palace is not afraid of the Taishaman, but I feel that the relationship between the two sides is not easy to establish, and it cannot be destroyed by despicable people. Elder Zheng Feng had something in his hand, and naturally he was not afraid to speak harshly. Now, what else does Hall Master Mao have to say? After Mao Qi read the list, he could not say anything more. He just gave the list to Elder Ming Guangrua, who did not say a word, and he did not pick up Elder Zheng Feng's words. Elder Ming read the list one by one, but there was no expression on his face. Finally, he slowly said, "In the end, it is all recorded on paper. Whether these materials are used or not, it is better to see it with your own eyes." When these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Chapter 578. Ming Guangrua had always been sitting in the seat of honor, but he had always been like a withered tree, converging his breath and not showing off. But this time when he opened his mouth, everyone was surprised. Seeing is believing? What was seeing is believing. It was clear that these disciples had to take out the life, source magic weapons that were being tempered and let them see. However, the reason why life source magic weapons were called life source magic weapons was that during the tempering, they had to use a special method to put the magic weapon into the sea of consciousness. It took at least a few decades of tempering so that the magic weapon and the master's mind could be connected, and only then could the initial tempering of the life source magic weapon be completed. Just this initial tempering process could not be interrupted, so usually people who were tempering their life source magic weapons would choose not to go out. The rogue cultivators were in retreat, and those who were in the sect stayed in the sect, seriously tempering, and did not dare to slack off. Even if they could not be interrupted, how could they take out the magic weapons to let others see? Once it was interrupted, not only would the life source magic weapon be damaged, but also decades of hard work would be wasted, and they would have to start again. Their own cultivation would be affected because of the damage to their soul. These dozen people, even Shi Shanshan, could see that Chunyang Palace was preparing to vigorously cultivate the disciples, not to mention the others. In this way, Elder Ming clearly wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the follow-up backbone of Chunyang Palace. No, this time, several people spoke in unison, including the head of the palace and several elders behind him. These disciples, at least one of them has been tempered for more than 5 years. Once it is taken out, all the previous efforts will be wasted and they will be seriously injured and seriously ill. The palace master was really anxious. How can this be done? The disciples cultivated by their own sect would have to be abolished for decades. If it was the Taishaman, it was impossible to do such a big thing. No, no. The palace master shook his head again and very firmly said to Elder Ming, I don't want to hide it from Elder Ming. These are the core disciples of Chunyang Palace. You must not do it. The hatred of our Taishaman for destroying our sect and the lives of tens of thousands of our disciples must be avenged. Elder Ming did not speak at first, but when he opened his mouth, his tone did not allow for refusal. If I do not personally examine it, I will not be at ease. Senior, do you not trust the disciples of my sect? After all, the head of the palace was also the master of a sect. Some things could be tolerated, but some things were the bottom line and could not be crossed. Your Taishaman disciples are disciples. My Chunyang Palace disciples are not disciples. Do I have to let you do whatever you want to me? You can't say that. Ming Guanrua was a master of the Deshang stage. When he spoke, he naturally had the majesty of the Deshang stage. I just want to confirm that Chunyang Palace is not the murderer who destroyed my sect. If this delays the cultivation of these disciples, this old man is willing to apologize afterwards. As a master of the Deshang stage and also an elder of the Taishaman, apologizing to several Jedon stage master disciples was indeed a big deal. If it was a small sect under this kind of coercion, it could not be said that they could only obey. However, Chunyang Palace was not what it used to be, and there was also the Lord of Tantai by his side. He was asking for help from Yongqin of Chunyang Palace. At this time, if the head of the palace did not know to borrow the tiger skin tree flag, then he would be a fool. Since it is just to confirm, the disciples of my sect will make a heart oath to ensure that those life source magic weapons are true. I think the senior should be satisfied, right? The head of the palace said, there is the Lord of Tantai as a witness, okay? If they made a heart oath, once the oath was violated, these disciples could only be trapped in the Jedon stage for the rest of their lives. These were the reserve core disciples of the Chunyang Palace. This method was indeed the safest way that the head of the palace could come up with without abolishing the cultivation of these disciples for decades. Everyone's eyes returned to Elder Ming, waiting for Elder Ming's decision. Mao Qi did not dare to make a decision, and honestly waited for the elder's instructions. "What you hear is false." Ming Guangrua thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Seeing is believing. "If I don't see it with my own eyes, my tens of thousands of disciples of the sect will not die in peace. As I said, afterwards, this old man will personally apologize to them, but now this old man must take a look. The senior's apology is worth the 2,000 years of hard work of my sect's disciples." The head of the palace was furious. In the face of Elder Ming, who was at the Deshang stage, he did not flinch. "Is it worth more than a dozen of my life source magic weapons? How difficult is this?" As soon as the voice of the head of the palace fell, the voice of the Lord of Tantai next to him sounded. "The Taishanmen have a big business. Elder Ming has spirit pills to increase cultivation, and there are good magic weapons. If the disciples' cultivation is delayed, then use spirit pills to make up for it. If the life source magic weapon is destroyed, then use the life source magic weapon to compensate. This is fair, right?" "Lord of Tantai, what do you mean?" Ming Guangrua heard the words of the Lord of Tantai and suddenly became angry. With his cultivation and identity, even the head of the Taishanmen did not dare to speak to him in this tone. The Lord of Tantai's cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Unexpectedly, he used such a tone, which made Ming Guangrua's face ugly. "Why, Elder Ming, my island master, can't even speak." Ming Guangrua was a master of the Deshang stage, but Min Huafeng, who came with the Lord of Tantai, was not weak. She immediately stood up and looked at Ming Guangrua coldly, and her angry aura rushed towards Ming Guangrua. "Is the Lord of Tantai planning to stand up for this?" Ming Guangrua ignored the anger of Min Huafeng and stared at the Lord of Tantai and asked loudly, "I don't dare. I'm just afraid that one day Elder Ming will come to my green jade Immortal Island and use the same reason to abolish the cultivation of my sect's disciples. Your Taishanmen may lose tens of thousands of people, but my green jade Immortal Island can't afford such a loss." The words of the Lord of Tantai were extremely cynical and sarcastic. An apology can smooth things over. Would a master of the Deshang stage, would an elder of a famous sect, it really is a well-deserved reputation. What kind of person was the Lord of Tantai? He was the leader of the Green Jade Immortal Island. What kind of big scene had he not seen? Although his cultivation was insufficient, it was because managing the sect took a lot of effort, which led to the delay in his cultivation. But when it came to courage, there were not many people who could scare the Lord of Tantai. Don't look at Ming Guangrua as a master of the Deshang stage. There were also the famous Taishanmen behind him. However, he dared to say such words to the Chunyang Palace. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to do anything to the Lord of Tantai at this time, and he did not dare to provoke hatred between the two sides. If that's the case, then we will do as the island master says. Ming Guangrua stared at the Lord of Tantai, but he no longer opposed him and agreed. Chapter 579. The strength of the Green Jade Immortal Island was not worse than that of Taishanmen. Taishanmen had suffered a major disaster. Even if there was a hidden force to supplement them, they would not dare to say that they would win. Not to mention that the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were now a community of interests. Offending the Green Jade Immortal Island was equivalent to offending both the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect at the same time. If Chunyang Palace and the Beast Taming sect were added, it would be even more troublesome. Although the strength of the two small sects was not very good, each sect had a master of the Deshang stage. The power of the joint forces was not a small matter. Ming Guangrua was arrogant, but he had to consider the consequences of falling out with the Lord of Tantai at this time. Although Mao Qi and the others were masters of the Yuanying stage, at this time they were all staring at their elders nervously. Until Elder Ming said those words, they were relieved. This tone was really unbearable. It was obviously aimed at Chunyang Palace. They thought that this time, Elder Ming brought 14 Yuanying stage masters to Chunyang Palace. Who would have thought that the Lord of Tantai would actually appear in Chunyang Palace at this time, and even stood on the side of Chunyang Palace to speak for them? However, the masters of the Deshang stage, in front of the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, did not have any confidence to speak. This was the deterrent power of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even the elders of Taishimen had to consider it. What you hear is false, seeing is believing. The Lord of Tantai seemed to be trying to hit Ming Guangrua's face. He said, without any trace of politeness, "This is what Elder Ming said just now. If you don't take out the things you want as compensation, why would Chunyang Palace believe that you will give compensation? Elder Ming is a master of the Deshang stage. You wouldn't do this, right?" If this was said by anyone in Chunyang Palace, Ming Guangrua could turn hostile. But now it was the mouth of the Lord of Tantai. Even if he was unhappy, he had to consider it. Can't take it out? Let's try something else. The Lord of Tantai didn't give Ming Guangrua any time to think and directly said, "Then how about everyone here make a heart demon oath?" The disciples of Chunyang Palace can make the great oath of the heart demon. I think the disciples of Taishimen can also make the same oath, right? Since the Taishimen were determined to destroy a group of reserve core disciples of the Chunyang Palace, then they must also be mentally prepared for a group of Yuanying ancestors to be destroyed. Who didn't know Ming Guangrua's plan? Who here wasn't a shrewd person? Who wouldn't be able to tell? Making Ming Guangrua swear was more difficult than making him directly compensate for the loss. The loss of a magic weapon was just a magic weapon. Let him make a heart oath and take the risk of not being able to improve his cultivation and not being able to ascend. He was a super master of the Deshang stage. How could he be willing to mix with these Jedon stage disciples of the Chunyang Palace? Moreover, the great oath of the heart demon was not something that could be casually made. Once the great oath of the heart demon was made, even if there was a little bit of a desire to violate the oath, it would be magnified countless times and become a heart demon. How could Ming Guangrua dare to say that he didn't have any thoughts of harming the Chunyang Palace? However, when they set off, they wanted to threaten and bribe the Chunyang Palace. Either they saw the materials and determined that Chunyang Palace was not the real culprit behind the scenes, or they took the opportunity to launch an attack and completely suppress the Chunyang Palace. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? How is it possible for them to take out the medicinal pills and magic weapons for compensation on the spot? However, Ming Guangrua was Ming Guangrua. After so many years of being an elder of the Taishimen, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. He opened his hand, and a brown mud-like flying sword instantly appeared in his hand. This is this old man's life source flying sword. If their life source flying sword is destroyed, this old man will use his own life source flying sword to compensate. Is that enough? Ming Guangrua's eyes stared straight at the Lord of Tantai. His eyes seemed to be on fire. A master of the Deshang stage's life source flying sword was definitely more precious than these Jedon stage disciples combined. Ming Guangrua actually used his own life source flying sword. It could be seen that he was extremely angry. They have 17 life source magic weapons, and you only have one. Isn't that a bit bullying? The Lord of Tantai didn't care how much better Ming Guangrua's flying sword was compared to these Jedon stage disciples. He only talked about the quantity. Ming Guangrua was extremely angry, but he could only say the word you. Mao Qi and the other more than a dozen Yuanying stage ancestors who followed him looked at each other. Everyone moved in unison and called out their own life source magic weapons. The 14 life source magic weapons of the 14 Yuanying stage ancestors were all placed in front of them. Elder Ming had taken out his own life source flying sword. Why didn't they hurry up and follow? This showed the difference between the Taishimen and other sections. As long as they reached the Yuanying stage, The sect would choose the best flying sword at the beginning and let the promoted disciples temper their flying sword. Even if they didn't reach the Yuanying stage, as long as they had outstanding potential in the Jedon stage, they would deliberately cultivate them. The other sect wanted to have this kind of treatment, but they didn't have the wealth of the Taishinmen. There were 8 Yuanying stage masters in the Chunyang Palace before, but none of them had a life source flying sword. There were no suitable materials at all. Low-level materials were used to make a life source flying sword. Maybe it would be destroyed in a few moves, and the loss outweighed the gain. 15 life source magic weapons were placed in front of everyone. The people of the Taishinmen were all angry, but the target of their anger was not Chunyang Palace, but the Lord of Tantai. In this regard, the Lord of Tantai didn't care at all. The secret competition between the Taishinmen and the Green Jade Immortal Island was not a matter of a day or two. This kind of small scene, why would the few people of the Green Jade Immortal Island care? Everyone knew that it was impossible for the Chunyang Palace to obtain these guys' life source magic weapons. If it was so easy to get a cultivator's life source magic weapon, then it would be too easy. As long as they moved, these magic weapons could fly back to their side at any time. This point, the people of the Taishinmen were clear, the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island were clear, and the people of the Chunyang Palace were also very clear. For the Taishinmen to put on this posture, at most it was a matter of face, and there would not be too much loss. However, to be able to do this, it had already made the people of the Chunyang Palace very satisfied. You only have 15, the other side has 17 people. You are missing 2. Of course, the Lord of Tantai couldn't let the Chunyang Palace not get any benefits. Since everyone was now in an alliance, he naturally had to consider these things. This time, even Ming Guangrua was generous. He did not hesitate to take out 2 magic weapons from his body and put them in front. Although these 2 magic weapons were not his life source magic weapons, they were not trivial. They were enough to be used as life source magic weapons. Is this enough? Ming Guangrua looked provocatively at the Lord of Tantai and asked angrily, and this is a bit of sincerity. The Lord of Tantai didn't say much this time. He was satisfied and no longer spoke. Chapter 580. Palace Master He, my Taishinmen's compensation is also here. Palace Master He, do you want to express your sincerity? This time, Ming Guangrua finally turned his gaze to the Palace Master of Chunyang Palace. At this point, the Palace Master certainly could not have any hesitation. He directly commanded the 17 Jedon stage disciples to bring out the life source magic weapons that were being quenched. Although there was 1,000 reluctance on their faces, these disciples did not violate the instructions of the Palace Master. They quickly pulled out the magic weapons from their sea of consciousness. Taking out the life source magic weapons in the middle of quenching, the pain could be imagined. Even if they were in the Jedon stage, they could also be regarded as masters. But the faces of these disciples still showed a painful look. After a while, all the disciples were all sweating, and then some people began to take out their own life source magic weapons. The fastest was, of course, the disciple who had the shortest time to quench it. Basically, according to the length of the quenching time, the longest time was taken out last. After extracting the magic weapons, all the 17 disciples directly vomited blood, and their expressions were dispirited. The Palace Master immediately asked people to carry them down and carefully treat them. This scene made the people of Chunyang Palace glare at the Taishinmen. However, the people of Taishinmen did not care about these gazes and just stared at the magic weapons. The 17 life source magic weapons that had been tempered for a short time were placed opposite the magic weapons of the Taishinmen. Not a single one was missing. This time, Mao Qi did not wait for Elder Ming's instructions and directly gestured for the 2 refining masters to come forward and inspect. The 2 masters, just like in the beginning, picked up one by one, penetrated their spiritual awareness, and began to inspect one by one. Because of the previous matter, the 2 checked more carefully. It took almost twice the time of the previous inspection before the two finished the inspection. After the inspection, no one said much, but looked at each other and nodded at the same time. This proved that the materials of these things were exactly the same as the list given by Chunyang Palace. That was to say, all the materials of Chunyang Palace were here. All the materials were here. Some of them were sword embryos that had yet to be released, and some of them were flying swords that had been tempered and were about to take shape. However, at this moment, these flying swords were useless. A magic treasure that was forcibly interrupted halfway through the tempering process no longer had any value. These materials were basically completely scrapped. Elder Ming, Hall Master Mao, the materials mentioned by your sect are all here. What other advice do you have? The tone of the palace master was not polite and directly questioned. His question also carried a strong intent to chase the guest away. If you don't have any advice, then please leave. Ming, Guangrua, of course, wouldn't say anything at this time. The facts had already proven that all the materials in Chunyang Palace were there, and it had nothing to do with the murder. Of course, he wouldn't say anything. This time, we are really bothering Palace Master he. The one who spoke was the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Taishimen, Mao Qi. This time, Mao Qi had a smile on his face. Palace Master he, rest assured. I will go back and report to the sect master. Chunyang Palace has nothing to do with this matter. Please forgive us for our previous, presumptuous behavior. We will leave now. The group of people stood up and uniformly cupped their hands toward the people in Chunyang Palace. Then they also cupped their hands toward the Lord of Tantai. Ming, Guangrua seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, I don't know why the Lord of Tantai personally came to Chunyang Palace. This old one came to discuss with Palace Master he about the marriage of my sect's disciple, Shi Shanshan and Yangqin. The Lord of Tantai said very casually, Why, does Elder Ming mean that before this old one comes, I have to go to Taishimen to report? Coming to Chunyang Palace to discuss the questioning inner heart pill was confidential. Of course, the people in Taishimen couldn't know about it. The Lord of Tantai directly pulled out this high-sounding reason. It just so happened that Shi Shanshan was also there, and the matter with Yangqin had long been a rumor. No matter who said it, they couldn't find any reason to not believe it. Shi Shanshan's cultivation genius was well known to everyone. The matter with Yangqin was not a secret. It was very normal for the two to form a relationship. The key was that everyone understood what happened later. The Green Jade Immortal Island wanted to win over Yangqin through Shi Shanshan. Since Yangqin could refine the questioning inner heart pill, it seemed that it was no surprise that the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island personally went there. With this explanation, it was a perfect cover for the reason why the Lord of Tantai personally visited. Ming Guangrua had nothing more to say. She just cupped her hands at the Lord of Tantai and the few people behind her. She quickly turned and left the main hall of Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace gave a wink. Su Qingxin, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, suddenly understood and chased after the people. No matter what, they had to do the things on the scene. The people in Taishimen simply left, and no one mentioned the magic weapons left behind. Everyone also knew that of the 17 magic weapons, only the last 2 that Ming Guangrua took out were considered as an apology to the Chunyang Palace. The other 15 were their life source magic weapons. It was just an appearance here, and it would not take long for them to be taken back. Thank you, Lord of Tantai, for your righteous words. The head of the palace did not go to the Taishimen at all. Instead, he took the lead to salute the Lord of Tantai. Several other elders also saluted the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and expressed their gratitude. This time, it was really thanks to the Lord of Tantai. Otherwise, the Chunyang Palace could only follow the previous secret discussion between the head of the palace, Elder Zhang Feng and Yangqin, showing weakness to the enemy and letting the other party leave arrogantly. With the appearance of the Lord of Tantai, not only did they successfully overcome the crisis, But they also got 2 magic weapons which could be regarded as a small compensation. It's just a small effort, no need to mention it. The Lord of Tantai smiled slightly and waved his hand. It's like this, but it's really necessary to arrange for Shan-Er and Yangchen, so that the Taishamen won't have any doubts. The head of the palace could only nod. The Lord of Tantai said that, on the one hand, it was indeed to solve the problem. On the other hand, it was to take the opportunity to finalize the matter between the two. The people of Taishamen had inadvertently acted as a notary. Well, the head of the palace clenched his teeth. He would let Yangchen hug on both sides and marry son Qingxue. His own sex Gong Sunling was no exception. When Yangchen heard that everyone had left, he also came to the main hall. He retracted his spiritual awareness, but he did not hear the words of the Lord of Tantai before. When Yangchen entered the door, he saw the 17 magic weapons left by the Taishamen on the table, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff! Let's see if these things can stay! Before everyone could react to what Yangchen meant, Yangchen had quickly put away the 17 magic weapons and threw them into the medicine garden. Xiao Tian had already received the order of Yangchen. Things were thrown in, and as soon as these magic weapons moved, he would immediately swallow everything into his stomach. Chapter 581. Those are the life source magic weapons of the Taishamen's masters. It's not so easy to keep them. Shi Shanshan followed behind the Lord of Tantai and saw the whole process. At this time, it was a bit inappropriate for the seniors to explain to Yangchen, so Shi Shanshan reminded him, "Isn't this the magic weapon left by the Taishamen's masters as compensation?" Yangchen smiled and said, "This matter can't be denied by the Taishamen, so it's just a good time to publicize it." "Why is this?" Shi Shanshan didn't understand what Yangchen meant by vigorously publicizing it, so she asked directly. Not only Shi Shanshan didn't understand, but several seniors of the Chunying Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island didn't understand Yangchen's intentions. One day, when they find out that their life source magic weapons can't be taken back, they can't blame it on us. Yangchen smiled again and suddenly said, "Everyone just saw that these magic weapons have flown away, right?" Everyone was stunned. Flew away? It was obviously Yangchen who put it away. How could it fly away? Guan Yueying's eyes lit up, and she suddenly asked, "Is it possible that Yangchen, you have a way to destroy their life source magic weapons?" "I have to give it a try." Yangchen did not give a positive answer, but he also expressed the intention to give it a try. This time, the Taishamen were simply bullying them. Whether it was the people of Chunyang Palace or the Green Jade Immortal Island, their attitude towards the Taishamen was very disgusted, since Yangchen might have a way to make the other party eat a silent loss. Naturally, they were very cooperative. In any case, even if they could make the other party disgusted, it was good. Of course, no one expected Yangchen to succeed. They just felt that a big publicity could really make those guys disgusted, so they all nodded and agreed. Shi Shanshan had some different views in her heart. Yangchen generally didn't talk easily. Since he said, so, maybe it was really possible. Of course. She wouldn't say it out loud at this point. Now, in Shi Shanshan's heart, she was still a little shy about the island lord's words of marrying Yangchen. Fortunately, Yangchen wasn't there just now and didn't hear those words. Otherwise, Shi Shanshan didn't know how to face Yangchen. The deal between the two sides had been reached, and now it was time to wrap things up. The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island came forward to support Chunyang Palace, which also made the cooperation between the two sides more solid. The gratitude of Chunyang Palace would also allow the Green Jade Immortal Island to get more benefits. The Lord of Tantai did not dwell on the marriage between Shi Shanshan and Yangchen. He soon took his leave. This excuse was perfect for both sides to discuss a few more times. This way, both sides would have an excuse to keep in touch with each other. Yangchen began to pay attention to the flying sword in the medicine garden. Now he had changed his mind and planned to change his method to deal with those Taishamen. If the flying sword was left in Chunyang Palace and was destroyed, it would inevitably make the Taishamen hate Chunyang Palace even more. However, if something happened in their territory, it seemed that it had nothing to do with Chunyang Palace, and they couldn't put the blame on Chunyang Palace. Of course, these things had to be mentioned to the head of the palace. Once there was any abnormality, it would be easy to cover it up. This time, the sword embryos refined with those materials easily deceived the masters of Taishamen. In fact, those Jedon stage disciples took those sword embryos into their sea of consciousness for tempering within a few days. However, after being carefully refined by the Yuanying stage master, it seemed that there was some foundation. All of the actions were real, including the removal of the life source magic weapon from the sea of consciousness. But there was a problem with the age. The 17 disciples, all of whom were core disciples who had passed the loyalty assessment, were now practicing in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. Pulling out the life source magic weapon had little impact on them. It was just that the scene was a little uncomfortable, and they could recover in a few days. The ability of Xiao Tian was far stronger than what Yang Chen had seen for the time being. It could devour those unconscious spirits in the magic weapon fragments, and in the face of these life source magic weapons, Xiao Tian had already drooled with greed. The complete life source magic weapon, which was connected with the spiritual awareness of the owner, was even more delicious than the broken spirit in the magic weapon fragments. If it weren't for Yang Chen's control now, Xiao Tian would have already rushed up and swallowed these magic weapons into his belly. The night soon came, and Chunyang Palace also fell into silence. In the silent night, suddenly there was a huge movement. More than a dozen magic weapons, shining with various colors of light, suddenly flew out of the main hall of Chunyang Palace and flew into the air, dragging a shining light, and collectively flew in a certain direction. The light flew very fast, and after a while, it flew out of the scope of Chunyang Palace. In less than an hour, it flew out of the scope of Meiqing Mountain. More than 2,000 miles away from Meiqing Mountain, Ming Guangrua and Mao Qi of Taishamen were sitting quietly on a mountaintop, waiting for the return of the life source magic weapon. The reason why the life source magic weapon was called the life source magic weapon was that this kind of magic weapon was connected with the owner's mind. Even if it was thousands of miles away, although the magic weapon could not be controlled to attack, it could also return the magic weapon to the owner. The magic weapon had already flown halfway, and they could perceive the distance between their own magic weapon and themselves. In another 2 hours, these magic treasures would be returned to their owners. This time, the people of Taishamen went out in a big way. Although they lost 2 of the magic weapons of Elder Ming, it also proved that Chunyang Palace had nothing to do with the explosion of the Great Array. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island, maybe they didn't even have to lose these 2 magic weapons, and they could also suppress the Chunyang Palace, letting them know that even with the benefits of the 100,000 mountains, they were still a small sect that couldn't be put on the table. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. In any case, the main purpose had been achieved. The worry that Chunyang Palace had already known their secrets had vanished, so that it would not affect the arrangement of Taishamen in other sect. Almost in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, suddenly a Yuanying stage ancestor frowned, then directly jumped up and shouted, "My magic weapon! Why can't I sense it?" With the first one, there was a second one. Almost as soon as the first Yuanying stage ancestor finished speaking, the second Yuanying stage master also jumped up. "Mine too!" Then there was a series of panic. 14 Yuanying stage masters, without exception, when their magic weapons were about to reach their owners, they suddenly lost their sense, as if they suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Don't panic!" Ming Guangruo looked at this scene and shouted, "Wait a minute, wait for me to take back the flying sword, and then we will go together to see what happened." Just after he said this, Ming Guangruo's body suddenly shook. His face showed an incredible look, and then he became furious. Who is so bold? Chapter 582. The 14 Yuanying stage masters, under the command of Elder Ming, quickly flew to the area where the flying sword had lost its sense. It didn't take them long, especially Elder Ming. He was almost twice as fast as them, but when he arrived, he didn't find any clues. Originally, Elder Ming thought that there would be an unknown formation here, but it seemed that there was no trace of it. His spiritual awareness had already been released, and it directly covered a radius of hundreds of miles. In fact, when the flying sword entered this area, Elder Ming had already noticed the flight trajectory of more than a dozen magic weapons. However, at that time, Elder Ming did not always be vigilant. The life source magic weapon returned to the owner. Even if there was another master of the Deshang stage who had the same cultivation base as Elder Ming, he could not stop it. But in such a short time, their 15 life source magic weapons suddenly seemed to disappear out of thin air, and they could no longer feel any aura. What was going on? Elder Ming, who didn't know how many years he had not sweated, at this moment, a few drops of sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. His own life source flying sword. It took hundreds of years to temper it, and then, in the process of later cultivation, it took a full 1,000 years of sacrificial refining. It could almost be said that half of the Elder's cultivation base was on this powerful life source flying sword. Now the life source flying sword had disappeared silently, and he couldn't feel a little aura. This was simply equivalent to silently. Elder Ming's cultivation base was abolished by half. Elder Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The other 14 Yuanying stage grand ancestors, including Mao Qi, Hall Master Mao, were all equally frightened. What kind of power could collect their 15 life source magic weapons in a short period of time? Even when they noticed that something was wrong and wanted to control the life source magic weapon to attack, the life source magic weapon did not listen to their own command and disappeared immediately. Within hundreds of miles, except for the market in the northeast direction, there was no movement in other directions. Elder Ming and the rest could not understand, no matter how hard they racked their brains. How could their own natal magic weapons suddenly disappear without a trace, without a sound, and without a trace? Anger, fear, all kinds of negative emotions appeared in turn. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Elder Ming and the 14 Yuanying stage ancestors only felt a burst of cold all over their bodies. Even the coldest winter did not make them feel like this. Did Chunyang Palace do something? Impossible. The life treasure was connected to the user's mind. Any action against the life treasure would be sensed by the owner. The people of Chunyang Palace didn't even touch it a few times. They just left it there. It seemed that it had nothing to do with Chunyang Palace. No one would know that when those magic weapons flew from the main hall of Chunyang Palace, they did not fly freely, but were bitten by Xiao Tian. Yang Chen drove the shuttle and flew with these flying swords at the speed he guessed. Xiao Tian's strength, except for Yang Chen, no one could realize it. The magic weapons were in other places, but once they entered the mouth of Xiao Tian, except for the owner, Yang Chen, it was absolutely an extravagant hope for others to control them. All the actions were replanned by Yang Chen, including letting everyone see more than a dozen rays of light flying up. Among them, there were people from Chunying Palace, and naturally there were also many rogue cultivators, and even people arranged by Taishimen. 15 life source magic weapons had already flown out of the scope of Meiqing Mountain. In fact, when Yang Chen made his move, it was already less than 300 miles away from Ming Guangrua. It was no longer the territory of Chunying Palace. At this place, Yang Chen just controlled Xiao Tian to do one thing, which was to let Xiao Tian swallow those magic weapons one by one. The magic weapons that entered the abdomen of Xiao Tian completely lost their connection with the owner, and no one could sense their existence. During the flight, Yang Chen had been covering the sea jasper outside. After it was launched, no one's spiritual awareness could detect it. The magic weapons flew in the air, and the speed was not slow. Even if someone was curious, they couldn't keep up with Yang Chen's speed. Secondly, more than a dozen magic weapons took off. At first glance, they could see that it was so advanced, and no one dared to approach it easily, so as not to cause a misunderstanding. They couldn't even see the figure of Yang Qin driving the shuttle. Even Blue Shadow Luo Yuan's spiritual awareness couldn't detect Yang Qin under the cover of the sea jasper, so it was even more impossible for Ming Guangrua to find him. In everyone's perception, all the life source magic weapons suddenly disappeared when they were about to return to their owners, becoming a permanent mystery. Not to mention Ming Guangrua with Mao Qi and others, like headless flies, digging 3 feet into the ground in the surrounding hundreds of miles. Yang Qin had already controlled the shuttle to fly to Chunyang Palace. Before the sky was bright, he had already flown back to Chunyang Palace. Xiao Tian swallowing those magic weapons was the first step, and the next step was to erase the owner's will in those magic weapons. Obviously, this kind of complete and unformed spirit was exactly what Xiao Tian wanted now. What happened in Chunyang Palace yesterday began to spread after Elder Ming and others left on the first day. The next morning, it spread to all directions through various channels. At the same time, there was one more content in the spread of content. That was, countless people witnessed more than a dozen magic weapons flying into the air and flying in one direction. Everyone understood that it was the Taishanmen who were retrieving their own life source magic weapons. Although everyone was somewhat contemptuous of this kind of behavior, the Chunyang Palace, as the victim, did not say much about it, and the others had nothing to say. Speaking of this matter, everyone said the same thing in unison. Chunyang Palace was inferior to others. Even with the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island's Island Master, they couldn't do anything to the Taishanmen. So after receiving the 2 magic weapons, the matter was over. The Taishanmen bullying others was not a day or 2, and everyone understood it. This time, Chunyang Palace successfully created an image that could not compete with the Taishanmen, and also completely removed Chunyang Palace from this matter. As for Elder Ming and others losing their life source magic weapons, few people knew about this at all, and naturally, no one would attribute it to Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace was quiet, but the Taishanmen were like their ancestral graves being dug up. The matter of the sect being blown up was not over yet, and the disaster of losing 15 life source magic weapons was simply one disaster after another. The Taishanmen had one more task to find suspects, that was, to secretly find out who could refine other people's life source magic weapons. Of course, the biggest suspect was the Green Jade Immortal Island. The events of that day happened in front of the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min Huafeng. However, suspicions were just suspicions. The Taishanmen did not dare to directly bring people to the Chunyang Palace and could only turn around to seek evidence. Chapter 583. Except for Yang Qin and the Taishanmen, no one knew what had happened. However, Ming Guangrua and Mao Qi's group of 15 people were now living in extreme worry. The life source magic weapon had lost contact with its master, but for the time being, it seemed that it had not been refined. This could only mean one thing. Someone had used an unknown method to cut off the connection between the life source magic weapon and its master, but had not yet been able to refine it. If it was refined, then their performance would be the same as those who had lost their life source magic weapon, and their spiritual awareness would be severely damaged. That situation had not happened yet, which could only explain this point. In the midst of worry, there was a little hope. The other party could cut off the connection between the life source magic weapon, but could not refine it. This meant that they only relied on a strange magic weapon to do this, and their own cultivation base was not strong. If they could find it in time, then the loss of the Taishanmen would not be too big. The situation of the others was the same. This could only mean that the other party could not even sacrifice and refine a Yuanying ancestor-level life source magic weapon, and his cultivation base was limited to the Yuanying level. Hope was in front of them as long as they could find the other party. According to the situation that night, the other party was not far away, and the group of Taishanmen had not relaxed their surveillance of that area. Unfortunately, even if they had dug 3 feet, they still could not find any clues over there. In any case, it was good to have hope, just as the people of the greatest heaven sect concentrated in that area for almost a month, When everyone was about to lose patience, a sudden change occurred. Elder Ming Guangrua, who originally thought that the other party did not have the ability to refine the life source magic weapon, suddenly vomited blood, and his whole person instantly fainted. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly protected Elder Ming. After a series of elixirs and miraculous medicines, Elder Ming slowly woke up. After waking up, the first thing he said was a sad cry, "My flying sword!" Those who knew the inside story immediately understood that Elder Ming's life source flying sword was refined by someone, and the spiritual awareness connection between him and the life source flying sword was abruptly stripped away. Under the serious injury of his spiritual awareness, the spiritual power in his body backfired, directly causing Elder Ming to vomit blood. However, this kind of injury was not enough to make Elder Ming faint directly. The most likely reason for fainting was because of heartache. The flying sword that he had refined for over 1,000 years had been snatched away by someone, causing his cultivation to suffer a great loss. It would be strange if he did not feel heartache. The others were even more shocked that Elder Ming was in trouble. It turned out that the other party was not incapable of refining their magic weapons, but concentrated on refining the magic weapons of the Deshang stage elders in the early stage. This also meant that the 14 natal magic treasures of Mao Qi and the others were similarly unable to escape the fate of being forcefully seized. The expressions of Mao Qi and the others changed drastically on the spot. Finally, he also felt the feeling of having his natal magic treasure forcibly stripped away. Although it wasn't their turn yet, that unspeakable fear struck their hearts. No one expected that karma would come so fast. They had just forced 17 younger disciples of Chunyang Palace to hand over their natal magic weapons by force and wasted decades of cultivation. In less than a month, they immediately tasted it, and the only master of the Deshang stage paid the price. Some people immediately began to suspect that Liang Xiaoming blew up the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. After a few decades, the mountain gate of Taishimen was also blown up and tens of thousands of lives were lost. Ming Guangrua and others forced Chunyang Palace to abolish the magic weapons and cultivation of 17 reserved disciples. In the blink of an eye, they would suffer the same misfortune. Could it be that all of this was a conspiracy of Chunyang Palace? Although they were suspicious, no one really went to Chunyang Palace to ask for a clear answer. It was true that the strength of Chunyang Palace could not be compared with the Taishimen. Even if the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island was present, they still endured the humiliation and let the disciples do as the Taishimen asked. If Chunyang Palace really had the strength to retaliate, how could they be so useless now? Cultivation was to cultivate a happy state of mind and a clear mind. This kind of vexation was not good for cultivation at all. Moreover, with that kind of ability, maybe they would have already killed them. To be able to collect the flying sword controlled by a master of the Deshang stage at any time, even in battle, they were already invincible. What else was there to say? The people of Taishimen were going crazy, but Yang Qin was admiring this flying sword of Ming Guangrua. Ming Guangrua was of the earth attribute, and this flying sword was also of the earth attribute, and it was of the 5th earth attribute. The material used turned out to be the spine of an extremely advanced earth dragon, which was mixed with a trace of living soil as a supplementary material, and then added countless rare materials to refine it. After Ming Guangrua's constant quenching for thousands of years, it was almost close to the perfect best quality flying sword. It was only because the greatest heaven sect was rich that they could find this breath soil, this legendary super magic weapon used to control floods. Although it was only a trace, it made this flying sword never wear and tear. Even if it was slightly damaged, it would always slowly recover. The strength of its power was unparalleled. Such a good thing. Yang Qin directly accepted it with a smile. Among the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword, the earth element flying sword had not yet been found. This flying sword was enough to be used as the earth element flying sword. Xiao Tian digested all the formed and unformed spirit in the flying sword, and even Ming, Guangrua's spiritual awareness, was digested cleanly. The ability to devour the spirit broke out with a frightening effect. If he wanted to use this earth element flying sword, Yang Qin certainly could not use his original appearance. However, changing his appearance was no longer a big problem for Yang Qin. Although the current yin-yang heaven-burning fire was still very low level, there were several kinds of fifth-grade flames in the profound spirit furnace. After a few months, it quickly changed the appearance of the earth element flying sword. Even if it was placed in front of Ming Guangrua, without careful exploration with his spiritual awareness, he would not be able to recognize that this was his original life source flying sword. The earth element flying sword was already advanced enough. For the time being, Yang Qin did not have the ability to continue the sacrificial refining. Therefore, Yang Qin directly received the earth element flying sword into his sea of consciousness, buried it deep in the earth element layer, and tempered it as a life source flying sword. During the time when Yang Qin changed the head of the fifth earth flying sword, the 14 life source magic weapons left by Mao Qi and others were also digested by Xiao Tian. One by one, the tool spirit and spiritual awareness were digested by Xiao Tian. The 14 Yuanying stage masters of the Taishaman were almost lined up. Every 10 days, one would vomit blood and be seriously injured, and no one was an exception. Under this huge pressure, those at the back were almost desperate. They could only count the days, waiting for the day when they would bear the consequences. Chapter 584. Of course, Yang Chan would not know this. Even if he knew, he would not be soft-hearted. When those guys came to the Chunying Palace and forced the Chunying Palace to let those Jedon stage disciples take away their life source magic weapons, they did not think about being soft-hearted. This kind of taste, he had to let them taste it. With a trace of the earth element flying sword, Yang Chen's harvest was not bad. As for the remaining 14 life source magic weapons that had completely erased the master's will, Yang Chen did not look at them and directly sent them to the eyes of the palace master. Staring at this row of familiar magic weapons, the eyes of the palace master almost popped out. On that day, Yang Chen said something inexplicable and disappeared. He hid in his own small courtyard and did not know what he was busy with. He did not expect that after half a year he would give him such a big surprise. Yes, surprise. He was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that Yang Qin did not even let go of the Deshang stage Ming Guangrua. This was a direct confrontation with the Taishaman. What surprised him was that those arrogant and despotic guys finally tasted the taste of their own life source magic weapons being taken away. After a change of appearance, it is still a good magic weapon. Yang Qin smiled the palace master and said, "There have been people who have sacrificially refined it for us for many years. It is still the quenching method of life source magic weapons, so it can be used. If the palace master thinks that there is a disciple who has made a contribution, there is no harm in rewarding them." And the palace master's face also restored its calmness. He was surprised, but it would not last too long. Even the palace master had just learned about this matter. The news of the Taishaman had not come. Of course, he could not be too proud. "This is your master's recent work, right?" The palace master seriously commented. "It seems that the level of refining has been greatly improved, but there is still one last step. The appearance repair has not been completed. Take it back to your master and carefully repair it. When it is completed, hand it over to Elder Zhang and he will reward you according to your merits." Palace Master Zhang Jiao became serious. Yang Qin also held back his laughter and became serious. "I will obey the palace master's decree." Putting away a pile of magic weapons, he went straight to his master's residence. The meaning of the palace master has been very clear. These things are the credit of Gao Yu. In any case, Yang Qin no longer needed the sect's contribution points. The sect's resources could be used at any time. On the other hand, Gao Yu still lacked some. Transferring it to Gao Yu was also a disguised reward for Yang Chen. Yang Chen soon arrived at Gao Yu's courtyard and met his master again. After greeting, he arranged a few restrictions. Yang Chen directly took out those magic weapons and placed them in front of Gao Yu. What is this? Gao Yu knew that a group of Jindan realm disciples in Chunying Palace had their natal magic weapons taken away. She also knew that this was a cover for Yang Chen, but she did not know that the magic weapons of the Taishaman had been damaged. Yang Chen patiently explained the cause and effect, and Gao Yu's face suddenly changed. She thought that as long as she covered up those materials, there would be no problem. But she did not expect that Yang Chen was so bold that he directly took away the natal magic weapons of a Deshang stage master and 14 Yuanying stage masters. Picking up a piece, Gao Yu's spiritual awareness instantly explored the magic weapon. Soon Gao Yu discovered that the quality of this magic weapon was excellent, but there was no trace of spiritual awareness left by others. After inspecting it again, he heaved a sigh of relief. All the magic weapons were very clean, and there was no need to worry that someone would follow the source to the door. The final repair work. Gao Yu certainly knew what it meant. This was to finish up for Yang Chen. Gao Yu did not reject it at all, and there was a large amount of sex contribution points to get. Why not? How is your cultivation recently? What are your plans? Gao Yu accepted the task and put all the magic weapons into the Qinkuan bag, and then asked about Yang Chen's cultivation. This time, Yang Chen went out to set up a formation to harm people, but it did not delay his cultivation. During this time, Yang Chen had just been promoted to the Jedon stage, and it was the stage of consolidating his cultivation base. There were no bad fights, and it was just the right time to consolidate smoothly. Among these magic weapons, is there the natal flying sword that you promised me? Gao Yu was indeed surprised to see these magic weapons. Each of them was a very good magic weapon. They had been sacrificially refined for hundreds of years, and at most thousands of years. The quality was excellent, and she couldn't help but ask, "Master is not in a hurry. Wait until the water and fire dual spirit power is balanced, and then consider the matter of the natal flying sword." Yang Chen replied with a smile. Although the quality of these magic weapons was good, there was still a distance from the top magic weapons. Ming, Guangrua's was barely good, but it was of the earth attribute. It was originally suitable for Gong Sunling, but Gong Sunling was an array cultivator and did not like the flying sword. Therefore, the things that Yang Chen promised had not been fulfilled yet. "Are you going out again?" Gao Yu listened to Yang Chen's words and seemed to have a premonition of something. She asked with some worry, "En?" Yang Chen did not hide it and nodded. "Where are you going?" Gao Yu asked again. Last time, Yang Chen was chased by Luo Yuan, and he fled all the way for 10 years, which made Gao Yu almost fall ill from worry. This time, Yang Chen was going to leave again, and Gao Yu must know where he was going. Monster Beast Plain. Yang Chen originally wanted to hide it, but after thinking about it, he said it directly. Seeing his master's face change when he heard the destination, Yang Chen hurriedly explained with a smile, "I'm going to get some things, and I'll be back soon. Master also knows that if I want to escape, no one can catch up with me." Yang Chen's shuttle. Gao Yu had experienced it, and she also knew that with the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation base, the speed of the shuttle would only get faster and faster. Even Luo Yuan in the late Deshang stage couldn't catch up with Yang Chen in the foundation stage, so it was even more impossible for Yang Chen in the Jedon stage to catch up with him. Thinking of this, Gao Yu was a little relieved, but she still reminded him to be careful. Listening to his master's advice, Yang Chen just nodded all the way. This time, even if the Taishaman wanted to do the same thing again, it would be 100 years later. They could not inform the above now and change the date. Because the Taishaman came to the lower realm, it delayed Yang Chen's time for half a year. Although it did not seem to delay anything, Yang Chen was already a little impatient. Even if the Taishaman wanted to do the same thing again, it would be 100 years later. They could not inform the above now and change the date. His fire attribute's spiritual power had been consolidated for almost 15 years, but his other spiritual power was still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If the yin and yang 5 elements secret art could not be completely condensed, it would obviously be affected. The first wood true essence could ensure that the first wood spirit power condensed, and it could also improve the yin and yang 5 elements secret art. Yang Qin must get it. After saying goodbye to his master, Yang Qin also said goodbye to the head of the palace, and then set foot on the road to the monster plain. Chapter 585. According to the memory of the immortal, the first wood true essence was in an immortal's cave left by him, and the location of that immortal's cave was in a huge 10,000 trees forest on the plain of the beasts. Along the way, with the shuttle and the sea-pouring jasper cup, Yang Qin also walked carefully, trying to avoid trouble, and did not encounter any obstacles throughout the journey. It was rare to encounter a monster without eyes, and he could only look at the direction of the shuttle's disappearance and sigh. The 10,000 trees forest was also a lively area. Yang Chen was not sure now that the immortal's cave that the predecessor said had not been discovered. It must be known that this was an area where monsters ran rampant, and a monster could have the cultivation base of the Jedon realm or even the Yuanying realm, at least for thousands of years or longer. In such a long time, it was not difficult to find a hidden immortal's cave in the territory. In his previous life, although Yang Qin knew what was produced on the plain of the beasts, and he himself had come to the plain of the beasts, it was impossible for Yang Qin to travel all over the vast plain of the beasts. On the side of the 10,000 trees forest, Yang Qin had never been here. A year later, when Yang Qin faced this huge 10,000 trees forest, even with the memory of his great principal golden immortal, he could not help but be shocked by this spectacular scene. The huge forest covered at least tens of thousands of miles, but this was not the most shocking place for Yang Qin. What surprised him most was that such a huge forest was actually all huge trees with dozens of feet high, with straight branches that went straight into the sky, completely subverting the concept of ordinary forests in Yang Qin's impression. Although there were shrubs and grass, almost all the trees were in that shape, which made Yang Qin very puzzled. Compared with ordinary forests, the trees in this 10,000 trees forest were several times larger. Seeing these huge trees, Yang Qin suddenly understood that the reason why there was the first wood true essence here was because of these huge trees. Trees originally belonged to the first wood, so many trees, more than hundreds of millions of trees. In addition to the 10,000 trees forest, in fact, there were far more than 10,000 kinds of first wood in the forest. So many first wood could condense a trace of first wood true essence. Of course, there must be a huge formation in the cave that the senior mentioned, similar to the one set up by the Taishaman in the barren sand valley. It could guide the wisps of first wood true essence into the immortal's cave. But this spirit array was certainly under the 10,000 trees forest, and it was covered by so many big trees. Even if Yang Qin wanted to explore it, it would be impossible. Of course, how the first wood true essence was gathered, Yang Qin was not interested now. What he wanted to determine now was whether the immortal's cave had been discovered or not. There were many places in his memory, but there were very specific locations. Yang Qin didn't need to spend a lot of time searching for them. There were only a few that were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The herb garden in Xianyang Mountain was one of them, as Yang Qin had specially visited it in his previous life. The Dragon Palace's treasure vault was one of them. He just needed to find a few special reefs on the surface of the sea. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave was half of it, because the island was not very big. As for the others, whether it was the valley that the howling celestial dog said or the immortal's cave at the moment, Yang Qin needed to carefully search within a large range. The immortal's cave was in the 10,000 trees forest, probably in the south direction, but the specific location was not explained. It was just said that it was under a huge old banyan tree, and there were some techniques and incantations, nothing else. According to reason, banyan trees grew in hot areas. The monster beast plain was originally in the north, and the weather was cold, not suitable for banyan trees to grow. However, Yang Qin also knew that some abnormal formations were enough to change the local growth environment. It was not surprising that there were banyan trees growing here. In the big forest, if Yang Chen wanted to find the trees one by one, how long would it take? Yang Chen could only use the old method in the barren sand valley and find a few local aborigines to ask. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation base had been further improved, his spiritual awareness was already in the early Deshang stage. His spiritual awareness threads could be explored, covering hundreds of miles, and any powerful guy could be detected almost immediately. He didn't know if it was bad luck or Yang Chen's angle was wrong. But this area did not find a powerful monster. There were a few little guys who had just gained spiritual wisdom and were still in the chi refining stage. But this little guy's territory was limited. It was not known how long it would take for them to find it. It was easier to find a guy with a big territory. Looking for the monster, Yang Chen's speed slowed down and his figure was revealed. Putting away the shuttle, his body flew in the sky for dozens of feet. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness covered down and explored an area. The 10,000 trees forest was too big. Even if Yang Chen knew that it was in the south, he could only search slowly. After a full day and night, he did not find a few suitable guys. This situation was very strange. Such a large 10,000 trees forest, and this place was located in the Plain of Monsters. It was impossible to have no powerful monsters. But the fact was that Yang Chen had been searching for so long, almost thousands of miles, but he did not find a monster above the Jiran stage. The more abnormal it was, the more Yang Chen felt that there was a problem. Maybe it was related to the Immortal's cave. This also made Yang Chen more and more careful. Could it be that there was something he missed? Or was it that the guiding formation buried deep in the ground would interfere with the exploration of people's spiritual awareness? Yang Chen could not escape into the ground now to see if there was really a formation. There were strong roots of the forest, would restrained earth. The 5 elements restrained each other. Yang Chen's earth escape encountered such a huge forest root. It was simply a natural nemesis. And Yang Chen could not determine what kind of formation it was. Would it be interfered with because of his own exploration? Relatively speaking, it was more appropriate to find some monsters to ask for directions. Suddenly, Yang Chen seemed to find that he was being stared at by someone. This feeling was like being stared at by a beast, giving people a cold feeling on the back of their neck. As soon as he realized this, Yang Chen almost immediately probed with his spiritual awareness, trying to find out what he was being stared at. He was not afraid of the appearance of a powerful monster now. What he was afraid of was that there was no one. This guy who was staring at himself could actually avoid the exploration of his own spiritual awareness. It was obviously a great guy. Between the monsters, because of the battle for territory, sometimes when they met, they would fight to the death. Yang Chen was not afraid of hostility, as long as the other party was not a master of the Deshang stage. Yang Chen had the confidence to communicate with the other party on an equal footing. Soon, Yang Chen found the source of hostility. To Yang Chen's surprise, this hostility turned out to come from above. Chapter 586. Searching for the monsters in the 10,000 trees forest. Yang Chen directly covered the ground, but missed the top. Now he remembered that there were some powerful guys who could fly in the air. The spiritual awareness threads suddenly popped up, and Yang Chen determined the position of the other party almost instantly. The reason why he did not release all of his spiritual awareness was that Yang Chen was also afraid that his Deshang stage spiritual awareness would cause the other party to be afraid and leave. It was a huge golden eagle. It was flying so high that its huge body looked very small. However, the golden eagle was very fast. It was high in the sky, flying in circles, and its eyes had been staring at Yang Chen. Along with the spiritual awareness threads, there was also a thought sent by Yang Chen's beast-controlling secret art. As soon as it touched the other party's body, this thought was immediately passed. Fellow Taoist, I want to ask for directions. There will be a reward. This was the content expressed by Yang Chen's thoughts. The other party didn't seem to expect that Yang Chen could pass his thoughts to himself at such a distance. The flying figure in the air stopped and then began to slowly descend. The golden eagle did not have such a strong spiritual awareness as Yang Chen. After descending to a certain distance, Yang Chen felt the problem passed by the golden eagle. Where to? What is the reward? This was a golden eagle at the peak Jiran stage, with a body size of 100 feet. It's just that in the eyes of Yang Chen, this guy was weak and pitiful. Even if Yang Chen did not use a magic weapon, it was estimated that his strong physical body could be evenly matched with the other party. I'm looking for a huge old banyan tree, the one in the south of the 10,000 trees forest. Yang Chen finally found a guy who could communicate with him, and the golden eagle was just right for his requirements. As for the reward, what does the fellow Taoist want? Although the cultivation base was not very strong, the golden eagle flew in the air, and the territory was more extensive than the monsters on the ground. Moreover, the golden eagle's good power could also see very far, from top to bottom. Few things could hide from his eyes. Old banyan tree? The golden hawk flew closer and seemed to be stunned after sensing Yang Chen's question. Are you from outside? That's right. Yang Chen didn't understand what the golden eagle meant, but it didn't matter much to admit that he was from the outside, so he generously gave an affirmative answer. No wonder. The golden eagle flapped its wings condescendingly and hovered 1,000 feet away from Yang Chen. It transmitted a thought to him. Little calf, why are you looking for the old banyan tree? This question was really strange. Yang Chen couldn't figure it out for a while. After being stunned for a while, he said, We have to go under the tree. You know that place? The thought of the golden eagle came through again, abruptly interrupting Yang Chen's hesitation, followed by another question. How do you know that place? That place? Yang Chen was really stunned this time. Before he came, he thought that maybe the Immortal's cave would be discovered by some monsters. Now it seemed that his worries had come true. The golden eagle actually knew the Immortal's cave and asked Yang Chen how he knew it. It seemed that it was not only the golden eagle who knew. It seemed that there were more monsters who knew the Immortal's cave, and it seemed that these guys did not want outsiders to know the location of the Immortal's cave. It was a senior who told me. Yang Chen still did not lie, he just said the senior. What he said was indeed true, whether according to age or according to seniority. The Immortal who was killed by himself was enough to be called a senior. Is it the old man Xianhe? I told him not to tell outsiders casually. In the mind of the golden eagle, there was a complaint. As for who the Xian, he was in the mouth of the golden eagle, Yang Chen didn't know at all. Since someone told you, then you come with me. The golden eagle didn't say anything more this time and flew directly in a certain direction. At the same time, he also left a sentence for Yang Chen. I will take you there. For the sake of acquaintances, I will only charge you 50 jin of low-grade spirit stones. If you don't agree, then forget it. How could 50 jin of low-grade spirit stones enter the eyes of Yang Chen? He directly threw a jin of middle-grade spirit stones to the golden eagle, which was twice the price of his asking price. This golden eagle seemed to be a money-loving creature. Seeing that Yang Chen was so generous, it even flew down and said, You come to my back, I will take you there. Yang Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his generosity would have such benefits. He directly jumped on the broad back of the golden eagle and sat down. He only felt the wind around him whistling, and in a moment he flew 100 miles away. Whether it was flying on a sword or driving a shuttle, it would make the monsters aware of his identity as a Tao sect disciple. This golden eagle didn't know if he had seen the scene of him driving the shuttle. Anyway, now he had regarded Yang Chen as a calf, thinking that he was a fellow monster race cultivator, flying with him, but without any tricks. Fellow Taoist, why do you need spirit stones? Sitting on the back of the golden eagle, Yang Qin also curiously transmitted a thought and asked. This was a question he always couldn't understand. When did the monsters start to use spirit stones? Why don't I need spirit stones? The Immortal's Cave is full of spiritual power. If you want to go in and cultivate, you have to hand in the spirit stones on time. The Golden Eagle quickly replied, Your gene of middle-grade spirit stones is enough for me to cultivate in it for a month. Listening to the answer of the Golden Eagle, Yang Chen was shocked again. Why? Is there someone in charge of this Immortal's Cave? If someone was in charge, wouldn't Yang Chen want to collect the first with true essence? The big Immortal's Cave naturally needs someone to take care of it. Otherwise, if anyone can go in, wouldn't it waste the Immortal's Cave's spiritual power? The Golden Eagle was very surprised how Yang Chen would ask such a question, but immediately realized it and gave an explanation. The place where Taoist friend cultivates, it must be everyone who fights for it, who grabs it. What kind of realm can a rogue cultivator cultivate to? Looking at the Taoist friend's body, it must be a body refining technique, but there is no advanced secret art? I also asked Taoist friend to dispel my doubts. A few words had already made Yang Qin completely shocked. In this Immortal's Cave, there was actually a cultivation secret art? Yes, if the predecessor was from the monster race, before ascending, he might have left something. The Immortal's Cave is now under the management of the two Deshang Realm seniors. As long as it is a fellow monster race cultivator, if there is an acquaintance, you can cultivate in the Immortal's Cave. The Golden Eagle quickly explained. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can stay in it for as long as you want. You can even buy advanced secret arts, various materials, and medicinal pills. Most of the fellow Taoists in the 10,000 Trees Forest are cultivating in the Immortal's Cave. This explanation finally made Yang Qin understand that because of the existence of the Immortal's Cave, the monster race in this area was completely different from other places. No wonder Yang Qin had not found a monster cultivator. It turned out that they were all concentrated in the Immortal's Cave. Chapter 587. The Immortal's Cave under the banyan tree was full of spiritual power, and the effect of cultivating inside was many times better than cultivating outside. The monsters were not fools. After the spiritual wisdom was opened and they reached the foundation stage, they would basically be brought into the Immortal's Cave by their respective predecessors. This 10,000 trees forest was rich in resources and there were many rare materials. In a mountainous area not far from the forest, there were several spirit stone mines. Some monsters that drilled into the ground mined spirit stones there and got the qualification to enter the Immortal's Cave. Of course, materials could also be exchanged for spirit stones. All transactions were like the market in the human world. Even the Golden Eagle told Yang Qin that in the Immortal's Cave there was a large market and there were many shops where you could buy anything you wanted. The Golden Eagle came out this time, intending to find some materials to exchange for spirit stones, but on the way back he met Yang Qin. At first he thought that Yang Chen was a human, so he broke out with hostility. Later he found that Yang Chen was a calf, so he restrained himself. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Except for the pair of horns in his sea of consciousness, where did he look like a monster? But this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Along the way, Yang Qin communicated with the Golden Eagle with his thoughts and learned everything in the Immortal's Cave. The more he learned, the more surprised Yang Qin was. In the banyan tree Immortal's Cave, it had almost developed into a sect that was no different from the human Tao sections. The difference was that all the disciples were monster cultivators, and there was no clear indication that everyone was from the same sect. But to the outside, everyone admitted that they were from the 10,000 Trees Forest. The two Deshang stage predecessors were in charge of the rules and all the resources of the Immortal's Cave, and there were many Yuanying stage predecessors who were also in charge of various aspects of the Immortal's Cave. There were secret arts left by the predecessors in the Immortal's Cave, which were simply tailor-made cultivation secret arts for the monster cultivators. The same 5 elements of gold, Wood, water, fire, and earth were complete, and there were various alchemy and refining techniques. Although it was not as strict as the organization of the major sects, it was already a small monster cultivator sect. From this point of view, the monster cultivators of the 10,000 Trees Forest were obviously at a higher starting point than other monster cultivators. It must be known that guys like Shikue and Xiasha did not have a systematic method for them to practice. They all followed their instincts. Later, after they met Yangchen, they got some cultivation pointers. On the other hand, the demon cultivators here had systematic cultivation methods since the awakening of spiritual wisdom. Their overall strength was much stronger than those on the demon beast plane. During the communication, Yangchen also discovered that the Golden Eagle was not surprised that Yangchen was in a human form. It seemed that there were a lot of humanoid monster cultivators in the cave. He didn't know if they cultivated the transformation art that Yangchen obtained from the spiritual realm or if they had inherited something else. There were many doubts that Yangchen wanted to know, especially the vein of the first with true essence, which was the top priority. However, this was obviously not the time to ask, so Yangchen suppressed his curiosity. Anyway, he would soon arrive at the cave residence to see it with his own eyes, so Yangchen might as well wait a little longer. However, what surprised Yangchen was that he thought he would arrive soon, but the Golden Eagle flew for 2 days, a full distance of thousands of miles, and then began to slowly descend. Yangchen also finally found a huge banyan tree. Yangchen didn't know how to describe this tree. If it weren't for Yangchen knowing that the banyan tree had always had the characteristic of a single tree, he would definitely think that he had come to a vast banyan forest. A banyan tree with countless pillar roots occupied the land of hundreds of miles around it tightly. Not to mention the trunk, just the aerial roots, the thinnest was also thick. As for the trunk located in the center, it was simply a huge circular castle, directly occupying an area of several miles. Yangchen didn't know how many years this big banyan tree had grown. And he didn't know why this big banyan tree had not become a tree demon after so many years. Anyway, the predecessor said that the Immortal's cave was under the banyan tree. It must be referring to this tree. The Golden Eagle's wings closed, and it quickly shuttled over the canopy. Its huge figure was so small against the huge banyan tree. As for Yangchen on his back, it was like a drop in the ocean. When approaching the canopy, the Golden Eagle's body suddenly flashed with golden light, and then Yangchen found that he and the Golden Eagle had come to a huge archway. The huge body of the Golden Eagle, in such a moment, became the same as Yangchen, and the shape also changed. However, his body was a human body, but his head was the head of the Golden Eagle. Under the archway, there were 2 monster cultivators sitting. They were also human bodies, one with a tiger head and the other with a bull head. Both of them were in the Jedon realm. In front of the two, there were 2 tables, as if they were working. There is a newcomer. It is your fellow sect member. The Golden Eagle screamed at the bull head. It was introduced by Xian He outside. The eagle's mouth made a human voice. It felt very strange. Oh! The bull head was stunned and also made a human voice in his mouth, and a spiritual sense passed over. As soon as the spiritual sense of Yangchen touched, he immediately noticed Yangchen's horns. The corner of his mouth cracked, and a strange smile appeared on the bull's face. This time I want to practice for a year. The Golden Eagle had already done many procedures and directly took out a lot of low-grade spirit stones and a few middle-grade spirit stones and handed them to the tiger head. After the tiger head weighed it, he gave the Golden Eagle a jade card. The Golden Eagle reached out and took it, then turned to Yangchen and explained, "This card is the identity to enter the Immortal's cave. Without this card, you can't enter. The time is recorded on the card, and when the time is up, it will be automatically sent out." Yangchen also learned from the Golden Eagle and took out a lot of low-grade spirit stones. However, he was not as stingy as the Golden Eagle and directly booked a period of 10 years. I have heard from Senior Xian he about this place for a long time, and I especially saved a lot of spirit stones to come here and practice well." Yang Chen explained while paying the spirit stones. It sounded that this reason was impeccable. The tiger head and the bull head did not think too much about it. But according to the rules, they gave Yang Chen the same jade card. "You should go in and see if there is a suitable cultivation method for you." The bull head felt that he was a senior of the same sect, and he was very enthusiastic to give advice. "When I finish my duty, you can come to me if you need anything. I will take you around." Of course, Yang Chen was very grateful for such enthusiasm. After thanking him all the way, Yang Chen followed the Golden Eagle and walked into the archway along the road and walked inside. The people who come here for the first time will definitely be surprised. I won't say much, so as not to spoil your mood. After the Golden Eagle said enthusiastically, he hurried a few steps and ran to the front. "You take your time. I will go first." Chapter 588. Turning a corner, a huge city suddenly appeared in front of Yang Chen. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave was already a very powerful Immortal's Cave, but compared with the current Immortal's Cave, it was like heaven and earth. Yang Chen finally understood why the old banyan tree had never opened its spiritual wisdom and became a tree demon. This city was built on the trunk of a huge banyan tree. The outside was obviously just the form. The real essence was still here, and it was the defendant who refined it into a huge city. It was not known how many generations of sacrificial refinement had passed before and after this city had become a giant. It directly covered a radius of hundreds of miles, much larger than any human city that Yang Chen had ever seen. Even compared with some big sects, it was not much worse. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not have much contact with the monster cultivators. Naturally, this was also related to Yang Chen's origin. Occasionally, he met some powerful monster cultivators in the spiritual world and exchanged some things, such as the transformation secret art and so on, but he never asked the origin of the other party. For their own origin, the monster cultivators paid much more attention than the cultivators. Once people knew their origin, they might be targeted to deal with it, and it was impossible to guard against it. The monster cultivators in the spiritual world rarely revealed their origin. As for the monster cultivators who ascended to the mortal world and were born in the 10,000 Trees Forest, they may also know that their ancestors were beheaded by the current Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, and they did not dare to expose their origin at will. Therefore, Yang Chen had never heard of the 10,000 Trees Forest in his previous life. Standing here, Yang Chen found that he still underestimated the monster cultivators. He always thought that the monster cultivators relied on their instincts to cultivate, but he did not expect that there was such a huge systematic monster cultivator city. This was obviously a space that had been opened up in the body of the great banyan tree. Countless demon cultivators lived in this huge city like humans, bustling with activity. There were monster cultivators with various monster beast heads everywhere, and occasionally there were a few human beings passing by. No wonder the Golden Eagle was not surprised by Yang Chen's human form, but it turned out to be common. It was unknown where the Golden Eagle had gone, but Yang Chen estimated that it must have returned to its home in this city. After standing in the same place for a while, Yang Chen was no longer so surprised, nor was he so sluggish. He walked along the road under his feet and entered the city. After coming in, Yang Chen did not directly look for the first with true essence without saying anything, but slowly walked along the main road, slowly observed and slowly familiarized himself with the whole city. Although the cave looked like a city, Yang Chen soon discovered that the distribution of spiritual power in the city was uneven. The higher one was, the denser the spiritual power seemed to be, and most of the demonic cultivators seemed to live in the lowest city. The spirit stones paid by the decorated archway were only the cost of entering and staying in the city. If one wanted to cultivate here, they would have to pay additional spirit stones to rent a cultivation room. The most ordinary room was naturally the one on the lowest floor. The higher the level, the higher the fee. The cost of the lowest floor per day was 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones, which did not seem to be a lot. Every time one went up, the spiritual power would be several times stronger, but the cost would also increase. It was 10 times more than the next level, and the highest level was said to consume a gene of middle-grade spirit stones every day. After a day, Yang Qin found the big market mentioned by the Golden Eagle. It was indeed a big market, even bigger than the market in Chunying Palace. There were many shops, no less than hundreds of them, and there were many people who set up separate stalls. All kinds of materials, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods, etc., could be found here. At a glance, there were many materials that were rare among human cultivators, but unexpectedly, they were everywhere here. No wonder the cultivators had always said that the monster's plane was rich in products. Just the small stalls here could make people of a big sect ashamed to death, not to mention the things in those big shops. Unfortunately, without the introduction of the monster race, the cultivators could never enter this Immortal's cave, and these things would never be able to circulate normally with the cultivators. Yang Chen was very curious. In his previous life, there were also people who wandered in the monster's plane. Even in this life, Yang Chen also pointed Dao Ba to the monster's plane. Although he also got a lot of materials, no one really entered the core world of this monster's plane, except for the current Yang Chen. In his previous life, the monster's plane did not have any outstanding and powerful experts, and there were no such masters in Yang Chen's memory. On the contrary, the demon continent was full of powerful masters. Could it be that when the monster cultivators here reached a certain level, they would go to the demon continent? These were unsolved mysteries, and Yang Chen had no answers. Now that he had the opportunity to stand in this city, maybe Yang Chen could find these answers, maybe not. Originally, when Yang Chen came here, he was looking for the vein of first with true essence left by the predecessor. But now Yang Chen had changed his mind. The first with true essence still had to be searched, but there were so many precious materials and various cultivation methods. Since Yang Chen had come here, if he did not take the opportunity to plunder, then he would not be Yang Chen. It was also necessary to plunder all the good things here and make a big fortune, and it would not be in vain to come here. The Golden Eagle had long gone to an unknown place, and Yang Chen did not want to look for the ox head on the other side of the archway. After finding the market, Yang Chen did not plan to do anything for the time being. No matter what his plan was, he had to walk around the city first. Just walking around the whole city, it took Yang Chen almost 5 days, and he only looked at it once. He had not gone in to carefully observe what he was interested in. 5 days later, Yang Chen also seemed to be familiar with some of the rules in this city. Although it was a monster beast, it was not allowed to kill people here. They could compete in private and fight, but they could not kill people. Once it was found out, the person who did it would be killed by the management of the city. This was the Iron Law, and it must not be violated. If he wanted to kill people, he could do so after he went out. After understanding the rules, Yang Chen was like an ordinary monster cultivator. He paid the spirit stones in the management office, rented a room at the bottom, received the jade key to enter the room, and settled himself down first. Now Yang Chen looked like a newcomer who had just arrived. After understanding the rules of the city, he began to cultivate. It was not surprising at all. It was unremarkable, and no one would pay much attention to Yang Chen. After settling all this, Yang Chen sat in his room and began to ponder. There was a restriction in the room, and without the jade key, others could not enter at all. Even if the door could be broken by force, no one dared to be so casual. Relatively speaking, it was still safe. Next, Yang Chen began to worry. This first with true essence in the end? Chapter 589. It was almost impossible to find a vein of the first with true essence in such a huge city without being discovered by others. Not to mention that almost all the people here had opened their spiritual wisdom, and at least had a foundation stage cultivation base. The 2 Deshang stage masters who were in charge of the city's rules were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Yang Chen was not sure whether they had found the vein of the first with true essence. Now, whether it was still there, everything needed to be explored by Yang Chen himself. It was impossible to come here and not cultivate. He would definitely be seen by others. However, cultivating the great Yin and Yang five elements secret art was not a good idea. The spiritual power here was controlled by someone. Once it was discovered that Yang Chen was not a monster cultivator, he would definitely not be able to eat it. This was not Chunyang Palace, where Yang Chen could retreat and not be afraid of people peeping at him. It was not his own territory. Yang Chen, of course, had to be careful in every step. It was better to be safe than sorry. This was an everlasting truth. However, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was very suitable for Yang Chen to cultivate boldly. First, this kind of body refining technique was completely different from the cultivation system of the cultivators. Second, the body refining technique could be stopped at any time without worrying about being disturbed during the cultivation process. If there was an emergency, Yang Chen could also cope with it. However, since he had come to a city of monster cultivators, it was necessary for Yang Chen to see if the cultivation methods of these monster cultivators had formed a system. Anyway, he was now under the guise of a monster cultivator outside. He came here to refine his cultivation, and it was very normal to buy a cultivation method. Yang Chen's figure soon appeared in the huge market. This time, Yang Chen no longer looked at the flowers on horseback, but began to stroll carefully. First, he started from the places where the stalls were set up. These monster cultivators who set up the stalls were naturally, because if they sold the things they sold to those big merchants, they would inevitably be pressured by others. It was better to directly make a profit here. Of course, since it was a stall, it was impossible to be more expensive than those big shops, otherwise no one would buy here. In short, whether it was the scattered buyers or the buyers, they would still be able to get some small benefits from the stalls. Yang Chen looked through the items one by one. Even though there were many items that could not be produced in the Chinese plains, as long as Yang Chen brought them to the Chinese plains, he would be able to earn at least double the profit. However, Yang Chen couldn't be too excessive. Sometimes being rich and overbearing was indeed very impressive, but if he were to act rich and overbearing in front of a group of bandits, then it wouldn't be showing off, but it would be foolish. Demon cultivators were still demon cultivators. Even if they had a seemingly strict organization to manage them, the mentality of the strong preying on the weak in their bones had not changed much. At this point, Yang Chen had seen it countless times in his previous life. If Yang Chen now had the cultivation base of the Yuanying stage, then Yang Chen would never be so careful, but he was currently only in the early Jiran stage and had just condensed his Dan. He did not want to destroy the immortal beheading blade that was being tempered. Naturally, it was better not to be so eye-catching. However, even if Yang Chen was so cautious, he was still stared at by some people. The last time Yang Chen walked around, he basically just glanced here and left. He did not stay much, so naturally he would not attract the attention of others. But this time, Yang Chen was planning to get some good things. He stayed a little longer, and soon someone came in contact. Newcomer. At first glance, a guy who looked like a loafer appeared in front of Yang Chen. He had a wolf's head, and his cultivation was not high. He was only a little higher than Yang Chen, the middle stage of the Jiran stage. When he spoke, he asked in a condescending tone, accompanied by a scrutinizing gaze and a fat sheep coming to the door. Everyone here was very disciplined. No one released their spiritual awareness, unless it was to explore the interior of something, but it was limited to the things in their hands, and their spiritual awareness could not be released. Otherwise, no matter which monster cultivator the spiritual awareness explored, it would be regarded as a provocation. In fact, this rule was the same in the cultivator's market. At any time, without the permission of others, it was a provocation to explore the other party with spiritual awareness, unless it was in the middle of a battle, or when the cultivation base was unusually high. Yang Chen did not open his spiritual awareness, but it did not mean that he did not know the movements around him. Yang Chen had released a little of the three purities, secret arts, powerful spiritual awareness. However, it did not cover a large area, only 100 feet, so as not to be noticed by the experts. There were different races around, and Yang Chen had to be careful. When the other party just approached, Yang Chen had already noticed it. And it was not just one person who came, there were 4 more around. 2 of them were in the late stage of the foundation stage. One was in the late stage of the Jedon stage, and the remaining one was in the early stage of the Yuanying stage. Looking at the tone of the other party, Yang Chen knew that this must be the overbearing guy in the market. Otherwise, the surrounding stall owners and buyers would not have a look of avoidance. I just came a few days ago and came to broaden my horizons. Yang Chen did not conceal the fact that he had just arrived. These guys' eyes were very sharp, and it was impossible to pretend to be a regular customer. There are rules for newcomers to come here. There was a burst of laughter in the wolf's mouth, and he took 2 steps closer, almost at the same time as Yang Chen. The guy with the wolf head looked at the things that Yang Chen had just stared at on the stall, and suddenly said to the stall owner, "Why don't you talk to him?" The stall owner was just a chicken-head monster cultivator in the late stage of the foundation stage, and he did not dare to provoke this guy at all. He smiled and was about to speak, but Yang Chen suddenly took the lead. "Since there are rules, then I will trouble this big brother to talk to me personally." As he said this, Yang Chen seemed to be very intimate with the shoulder of the wolf head, as if they were side by side. The hand on the other shoulder was pinching the other's shoulder blade, and he said with a smile, "The opposite stall owner was like an amnesty. This kind of offending people, if he was forced by the wolf head to do it, it would definitely make Yang Chen hate him." Now that Yang Chen took the initiative to let the wolf head introduce himself, it was not his business, and he was also happy to watch the excitement. However, what was strange was that the wolf head, who had always been arrogant in the market, looked very strange at the moment. He didn't know why, but the wolf head suddenly changed his face, and his head was sweating. Even if there was thick hair on the wolf head, it could not stop the sweat from oozing out. What was going on? A monster cultivator of the Jedon stage would actually sweat inexplicably? But no one around saw any problems. They just stared at Yang Chen and the wolf head, and seemed to be wondering how this little overlord would be so out of control. Chapter 590. The wolf head was secretly complaining in his heart at the moment. Yang Chen casually put his hand on his shoulder, and suddenly it felt like a mountain was pressing on his body. The huge pressure directly made him unable to say a word, and he could only use the strength of his whole body to resist the pressure of the mountain. And the shoulder blade that was pinched by Yang Chen's hand, there was a burst of breaking sound, as if the whole shoulder blade would be shattered in the next moment. All the monster power in the whole body, he didn't know why, but a trace of it could not burst out. It seemed to be firmly locked by something. At this moment, not to mention using the monster power to fight back, even moving any part of the body had become a luxury. The wolf head had no doubt that, as long as Yang Chen was willing, he would be dead on the spot in the next moment. There was no accident. Even if someone rescued him, it was estimated that only a body could be taken back. Standing in the same place, the cold sweat of the wolf head gurgled down, and it did not stop. The opposite stall owner had been completely sluggish. He was stupid, and he understood that now the wolf head must have been controlled by Yang Chen. "Here, what are the rules?" Yang Chen seemed to be afraid that the wolf head did not hear clearly, and at a close distance he repeated his question again. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not carry out the next step. After asking the question, he didn't know why, but the wolf head felt that the pressure on his face was relieved, and then he found that he had the ability to speak again. "Let him go. Otherwise, I will move your head." There was a loud shout from the side, but the leopard head master of the Yuanying stage had noticed that something was wrong and rushed over. It was just that his younger brother was in the hands of Yang Chen, and he did not dare to act rashly. He just threatened Yang Chen. "Oh!" Yang Chen turned back very strangely and asked in a surprised tone, "Can you kill people here?" His words were naturally for the wolf head to explain. After he walked around the city for a few days, he thought that he couldn't kill people here. but the other party actually said that he would move his head, which suddenly made Yang Chen a little confused. Could it be that the rules here were not so strict? No, you can't kill people here. The wolf head almost wanted to cry. His own life was always in the hands of Yang Chen. If he could be killed, wouldn't he be the first to play? Even if I can't kill you, I can still cripple you. The Yuanying stage master was stunned, then immediately realized that his younger brother's life was in the hands of Yang Chen, and his tone suddenly changed and he threatened again. You want to cripple me? Yang Chen's expression suddenly darkened. His smiling face suddenly turned frosty. I can't kill him, but I can cripple him, right? When the Yuanying stage master saw the sudden change in Yang Chen's face, he thought that Yang Chen had scruples and smiled coldly. Of course. Do you see the guy over there? As he spoke, he pointed to the side and threatened again. If you don't want to become like him, then hand over all your valuables. Following his finger, Yang Chen saw that at the edge of the market stall, there was a goat curled up in the corner. Although the body was huge, it maintained its body. He thought that he had not cultivated anything like the transformation's secret art, but now that he took a closer look, Yang Chen suddenly understood. The goat's cultivation base was simply abolished. Although the spiritual wisdom was thrown away, now it was only at the level of the qi refining stage. It was thrown there. It was estimated that it was used to warn others. It turns out to be like this. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could let people kill him, it would be simple. With a wave of his hand, the wolf head flew directly toward the Yuanying stage master. The other party saw his younger brother suddenly flying over, stretched out his hand, and immediately caught the wolf head in his hand. Yang Chen was so obedient that he let go of the people. The Yuanying stage master's face suddenly showed a grin. You are sensible, but my brother is not bullied. He had never seen such a stupid guy. Did he really think that if he let go of the people he could let him go? However, as soon as his voice fell, his stomach was heavily punched. This punch, with an unparalleled force, went straight through the chest and abdomen, and with a bang, the Yuanying stage master was sent flying. All the internal organs trembled under the pain of this punch, and his stomach was like a tumbling sea. The Yuanying stage master had never suffered such pain in his life, and even his intestines would twitch in pain. Don't mention any reaction, he couldn't even scream. Even his lungs were in pain, and he couldn't breathe, let alone make a sound. The people in the market were stunned as they watched Yang Chen throw the wolf head over there. Then he rushed up and punched the Yuanying stage master. A series of actions. Even before the person could react, the person had already been sent flying. However, this was only the beginning. The Yuanying stage master was still in the air, and everyone saw Yang Chen jump high. With a whistling sound of the wind, the whip leg, from top to bottom, slammed on the Yuanying stage master's body. Boom! The body of the Yuanying stage master, like a cannonball, directly smashed into the ground. The extremely hard ground was smashed into a deep pit that was almost the same as the outline of the Yuanying stage master. Almost all the people around had the same expression. They were stunned, their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. The Yuanying stage master, who was high in their eyes and could be killed at any time, at this moment was like a dead fish. His eyes turned white, and his body was twitching. There was no other movement. Don't talk about fighting back. Standing up was an unattainable thing. This was not over. Yang Chen fell lightly from the air. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the Yuanying stage master in the deep pit and held him in his hand. At this time, the Yuanying stage master had almost fainted. His head was hanging softly on the side, and he could only exhale. It's okay to abolish people. This rule is really good. Yang Chen muttered very casually. His voice was not loud, but the people around him heard it clearly. When they heard Yang Chen's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at Yang Chen, it was as if they were looking at a devil. Boom! Yang Chen punched again and hit the lower abdomen of the Yuanying stage master. Kacha! A clear cracking sound came to everyone's ears. With this cracking sound, the shape of the guy Yang Chen was carrying also began to change rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a Yuanying stage master with a leopard head turned into a huge leopard, more than 100 feet long, but it was about the size of the goat over there. Throwing the leopard next to the goat, Yang Chen clapped his hands and seemed to want to get rid of the dust on his hands. There was also a dissatisfied voice in his mouth. I hate others who dominate. In our area, who dares? Chapter 591. When these words fell into the ears of the guys around them, almost all of them were full of black lines. Who dares? Certainly no one dares. You are the one who dominates. Directly smashing the demon core of a master of the middle Yuanying stage and abolishing his whole cultivation base, such a powerful guy, they have never seen it before. Along with the leopard of the Yuanying stage, there was also a guy of the late Jiedan stage. As soon as he saw his own people being beaten by Yang Chen, he didn't think about it and rushed up. It just so happened that Yang Chen had just thrown the leopard aside and just finished that sentence. The guy of the late Jiedan stage wanted to stop, but it was too late. Seeing that Yang Chen was almost unprepared, he suddenly felt that the opportunity was great. His fingers curled, and the 10 nails suddenly popped out more than a foot long, like 10 sharp daggers, grabbing toward Yang Chen's chest. Ding, ding, ding. Yang Chen's body made a clanking sound. The scene of Yang Chen being disemboweled in everyone's expectation did not happen. The 10 nails stopped on Yang Chen's chest, but it seemed to be stuck in a steel wall, stopping on the surface of the skin and could no longer go in. The Jiedan stage master, who sneak attacked, was grabbed by the neck by Yang Chen and held in the air with one hand. As Yang Chen's big hand tightened a little, the legs hanging in the air began to beat constantly, and his hands returned to protect, trying in vain to open the big hand that was grabbing his neck. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Yang Chen's hand was like a steel cast iron, and it didn't move at all. The long nails madly slashed on Yang Chen's bare arm, making a clanking sound, but not even a white mark was left. Seeing that the guy who was caught by Yang Chen had already rolled his eyes, exhaling more than he inhaled. If you dare to move your feet again, I will let you taste what it feels like to have no feet. In such a situation, the wolf head who had just climbed up from the ground did not dare to stay, and he wanted to slip away. Yang Chen said coldly, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The wolf head seemed to be frozen on the spot, maintaining the posture of 1 foot to take a step, not daring to move. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his whole body was covered in sweat. It was very light to take off the chinkuan bag of the bare-headed man that was caught in his hand. Yang Chen loosened his hand and threw him directly to the side of the wolf-headed man. In his other hand, there were already 2 chinkuan bags, which belonged to the leopard man and the bear man. Do you want me to take it myself? Yang Chen's eyes looked at the wolf-head man and scolded. The wolf-head dared not to pretend to be stupid, and hurriedly took the initiative to take off his own chinkuan bag, held it in both hands, and obediently sent it over. His face was carefully plastered with a smile, no longer as arrogant as before. The bear finally slowed down, but he did not dare to act rashly, standing there obediently. The expression on his face was as wronged as he could be, as flattering as he could be. I am new, and there are a lot of rules that I don't understand. Yang Chen took over the wolf-head man's chinkuan bag and did not care about the eyes around him. He directly opened his spiritual awareness and explored it to see what was inside. While looking at it, he said, "So, I don't know a lot of rules like this. Tell me, are there any rules that I should know that I don't know?" The wolf-head man almost cried out. If he knew that Yang Chen was so terrifying, he would not dare to come up and talk to Yang Chen about these rules and nonsense. A boss in the early Yuanying stage, said to be wasted, and even less than 10 breaths, this kind of terrifying combat power. How could he provoke it? That's all. Not anymore. The wolf-head man cried and quickly replied, "In the future, what you say is the rules. We have no rules here. Go on the road." Yang Chen looked up and down at the wolf-head man, but his eyes showed a satisfied look. He patted the other's shoulder with his big hand and loudly praised. "There is a future. Follow me in the future." Yes, yes. Although the wolf-head man was also at the early Jiran stage, but now he did not dare to be in front of Yang Chen. He hurriedly bent his waist a little more, so that when Yang Chen patted his shoulder, he did not have to lift his hand too high. "If you have any instructions, this little one will do it immediately." "Who is that?" Yang Chen rushed to the bear-head man who was not far away and shouted, "Do you want to be with him or follow me?" When he asked him, his hand pointed to the leopard man who was still unconscious over there and let the bear-head man choose. These guys were originally the gangsters in the market. Although their cultivation base was good, they were basically supported by the elixirs and their combat power was not strong. They could only bully the younger generation of these stalls in the foundation stage. If they really met a ruthless person like Yang Chen, they would not have any arrogance. Yang Chen let him choose. The bear-head man did not need to choose at all. Their principle was that whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. If the bear-head man had not rushed out too fast, he would not have wanted to come out. Now Yang Chen almost killed him and gave him a chance. If he did not know who to choose, then he could really be stupid. Almost instantly, the bear-head man ran over and stood behind Yang Chen with a loyal look. It was not seen that just a few dozen breaths ago he was still following others. "Take it and open your eyes in the future." Yang Chen was directly thrown back to them by the two Qingquan bags. The two quickly took it, and their hearts seemed to be relieved. "I want some good materials, at least 10 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones. Lead the way." With two younger brothers, Yang Chen did not have to look around for good things. These two guys had been in the stall area for many years, and they were familiar with it. They would lead the way. The reason why he kept the lives of the two was that it was not easy to kill them here, and the second was that there was an acquaintance to lead the way. When he first arrived, Yang Chen still did not know how the market was here. With these two guys, Yang Chen could get a lot of good things at a very cheap price. It was convenient for the local snake to do things, and soon he brought Yang Chen to a booth. The bear-head man did not wait for Yang Chen to ask questions, and directly shouted at the stall owner, "Hurry up! Take out your purple jade gold crystal. Our boss has taken a fancy to it." "Grandpa Bear, this is my precious collection. You can't." The stall owner's face fell, and he began to complain. "Less nonsense. Hurry up and take it out." The bear-head man faced Yang Chen with a face, and faced these stall owners with a face, directly slapping the stall. Under the coercion of the bear-head man, the stall owner finally slowly took out the purple jade gold crystal. "Name a price." Yang Chen's eyes lit up and said directly to the stall owner, "Chapter 592. 40, no. 35 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones." Just when he said 40, the stall owner suddenly saw that the bear and the wolf had already raised their eyes and hurriedly changed it to 35 pounds. "Buy it." Yang Chen was too lazy to bargain. He directly took out a pile of spirit stones from the Qingquan bag of the leopard, almost 35 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones, threw it on the stall, picked up the purple jade golden crystal, and stuffed it into the merit ring. Such a large piece of purple jade golden crystal, at least 3 pounds, was definitely a metal attribute refining treasure. In the auction of the Central Plains cultivators, it was absolutely not a problem to sell it for 3 pounds of upper-grade spirit stones. There were only 35 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones here. It was simply too cheap to give. He did not think that he could really get the spirit stones. The stall owner looked at this pile of spirit stones and was dumbfounded on the spot. But he quickly reacted. Like a vicious dog, his hands were wide open, and he threw himself on his stall, protecting the pile of spirit stones. He was afraid that the next moment, these spirit stones would grow wings and fly away. "Go, look at the others." Yang Chen snapped his fingers at the bear and wolf and quickly said. The two hurriedly recovered, and then took Yang Chen to the next goal. With this good start, It seemed that people also realized that although the new Yangqin was strong, he was not the kind of person who would force people to buy and sell. At least the price given by the stall owner was a little less than their psychological price, but there was still a small profit. If they encountered such a thing again, it would be much easier to talk. However, in the face of the fierce wolf and bear, no one dared to offer a high price at will, and the price was almost the same. Yang Qin almost never changed the price. As long as it was something he liked, he would neatly buy it and then drop a pile of spirit stones and take the things away. With the Qiankuan bag of the leopard, Yang Qin had another layer of cover. At least people now looked at him. He was not the kind of person with a huge sum of money. Everyone knew that he had snatched the leopard head man's Qiankuan pouch in front of everyone's eyes. He was very generous, so they all thought he was just being generous with the leopard head man's spirit stones. No one suspected anything else. Yang Chen originally thought that he would have to spend a long time nibbling away at the good things here bit by bit, but he did not expect that someone would come to his door to cover for him. He had spent at least dozens of kilograms of high-grade spirit stones on this purchase, but the things he got in return could definitely be sold at a price several times higher in the Central Plains. Is there a place that sells cultivation techniques? Bring me there. Yang Chen finished the material area and directly told the two new younger brothers. I still have a lot of younger brothers who don't have decent cultivation techniques. The level of you two guys is too bad. Looking at your cleverness, I will also buy one for each of you. Hearing that Yang Chen was buying cultivation techniques for them to consider, the bear and wolf heads were almost happy. They used to follow the leopard head to bully the market, but the big heads were collected by the leopard head himself. People eat meat, they could only drink some soup. They just changed the boss, and immediately there was such a good thing. How could the two not be surprised and happy? Boss, the cultivation techniques are in the book building over there. But, saying the location of the cultivation techniques, the wolf head's tone turned, and he said with some hesitation, But what? Yang Chen asked. The book building is not a place we can go before. The cultivation techniques, they're very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford to buy them. The wolf head first looked up at Yang Chen's face and saw that Yang Chen was not angry because of his hesitation. He then said, We never dared to go there before, so the tone of the wolf head revealed that the power of the book building was not something they could provoke. It was no wonder that the book building was a place to record the inheritance of cultivation techniques. It was naturally controlled by the two masters of the Deshang stage who mastered the rules. How could ordinary people dare to act wildly here? Not to mention the two Jiran stage masters of the wolf head and the bear head. Even if it was replaced by the leopard head of the Yuanying stage, he would not dare to easily offend them. There are spirit stones. What are you afraid of? Yang Chen was very disdainful of the two people and said, Open the door to do business. Where is the reason to push the spirit stones out? We're going to buy cultivation techniques, not to make trouble. What is there to be guilty about? Yes, boss, this way. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the wolf head suddenly straightened up a lot. Buying things seriously, there was really nothing to be afraid of. Even if the background of the book building was big, since it was open to do business, they could not push the customers out. This area was obviously different from the place where the stalls were just set up. Most of the stalls, there were monster cultivators in the foundation stage. The three of them, the leopard head, the bear head, and the wolf head, were quite popular there. However, the street here was much wider, and there were a lot more gatekeepers. Even many of the gatekeepers were Jedon stage masters like the wolf head and the bear head, which directly set off the difference between this side and the stall area. Old bear, old wolf, this is not where you can come. Hurry back to your site. As soon as the three of them arrived on this street, someone immediately shouted at the two people behind Yang Chen. If you want to act wildly, go to your site and act wildly. Don't fall down here. The stall area was still some distance away from here. What happened over there had not yet spread here, so no one knew that the old bear and the old wolf had changed their boss. The guard was still on high alert, and his reminder was also a warning to the two of them. We are accompanying the boss to buy a cultivation method. With the guidance of Yang Qin, the two guys seemed to be a lot more confident. They straightened their backs and replied loudly, "What? Is the book building still not selling to us? Of course, we will sell it if we have spirit stones." Hearing that they were here to buy a cultivation method and not to make trouble, the guard over there also put down his vigilance. But some people still heard the name of the boss in their mouths. Seeing that the old bear and the old wolf were actually following behind Yang Qin, they had some doubts about what kind of sacred place Yang Qin was, unexpectedly becoming the new boss of the old bear and the old wolf. However, this had nothing to do with them. They were only responsible for not having unpleasant things happen here. As for who the old bear and the old wolf wanted to follow, it was not something they should care about. "Shopkeeper, a big deal is coming." The book building was very imposing. It was estimated that it was a palace that had existed for a long time. As soon as Yang Qin entered the door, he shouted loudly inside. "The book building is an important place. No noise is allowed." As soon as Yang Qin's voice fell, a low voice immediately came and issued a warning. "Bring your best cultivation methods. I want to choose a suitable batch for my brothers." Yang Qin ignored the voice inside and then shouted again. While shouting, he threw the chinquan bag of the leopard man directly on the empty table in the book building and sat down next to it. "Dozens of gene of the best spirit stones business. Is there anyone to manage it?" After sitting down, Yang Qin shouted at the empty space again. He was unspeakably arrogant. Chapter 593. A few dozen pounds of best quality spirit stones. The voice hesitated and then no longer said anything. It seemed that being rich and imposing had the benefits of being rich and imposing. At least it could make some rules become less important for a moment. Although the bear and wolf did not know how many spirit stones the leopard head man had, they also knew that he would never have so many best quality spirit stones. Listening to Yang Qin's clamor, both of them were secretly sweating. But no one dared to say anything, whether it was Yang Qin or the book building. They could not afford to offend him. An old man with a long beard slowly walked out from behind. He was holding a walking stick that looked like it had been there for a long time. The crutch should have been broken from a tree branch. It was not even trimmed, and it still maintained the appearance of a branch. However, the place where it was held was already bright, and it was not known how long it had been played. Seeing the old man, Yang Qin's eyes fell directly on the crutch. It seemed that the crutch was an ordinary branch, but Yang Qin found that it was clearly a branch of iron heartwood. This was a good thing, for refining would attribute magic weapons, almost close to the Penglai divine would. The shape of the crutch was the natural shape of the branch, but whoever believed that this wood had not been sacrificially refined was a fool. However, unlike human cultivators, the monster cultivators preferred to retain the natural form of this iron heartwood, rather than sacrificially refining it into the shape of a flying sword. "Is there a big deal?" The old man sat down tremblingly, glanced at the pocket in front of Yang Qin, and asked Yang Qin. The voice was not high, nor harsh, but very peaceful. "This junior wants to buy the highest level of cultivation method." Yang Qin was not polite. Here in the monster race, the kind of complicated and trivial politeness was meaningless, but it was more efficient to be straightforward. "Is there a recommendation from the city lord?" The old man did not lift his eyelids and asked directly. "No." Yang Qin shook his head. "This junior has just come to the city, and it is an eye-opener." This statement was very common. Most of the foreign demon cultivators came here under the guidance of others. They came here in search of better development, environment, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. Here, they could almost find the best of the demon cultivators. "Oh." The old man nodded his head slightly and said non-committally, "If you don't have it, then it will be a little expensive to buy a cultivation technique." "Senior, please state your price." Yang Chen had thought that it would be impossible to buy it without the city lord's recommendation. In the end, it was only a little expensive. A problem that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem at all. You use it. This time, the old man raised his head and looked at Yang Chen. Even his spiritual will rushed out and touched Yang Chen's. This junior wants to use it. In addition, I also want to buy some for my brothers. Yang Chen didn't hide his appetite at all. Otherwise, how could it be considered a big business? Little calf, let me think of a suitable cultivation method. The old man closed his eyes and began to ponder. After a long time, he raised his head and asked, "What do your friends need?" An old tree, a small tree, a viper, and a sand scorpion. Yang Chen counted the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, Shikue, and Xiasha, and the cypress that he would win over in the future. Finally, he added 2 more, and the 2 of them. The latter 2, of course, referred to the wolf and bear. The 2 guys didn't dare to dream of buying the highest level of cultivation method in the book building. Listening to Yang Chen's words, their whole body trembled with excitement. The old man glanced at them and shook his head. The foundation is too poor. In order to improve their cultivation base, they have taken a lot of messy things. Their realm is also consolidated. You can kill them casually. Advanced cultivation methods, they are not suitable. The old man's words were like a ladle of cold water, directly poured on the heads of the wolf and bear. They thought that in the stalls area, in the eyes of the old man, there were simply 2 wastes unbearable, and even their cultivation methods were not suitable. Then find the best foundation-laying cultivation method. The cultivation base is not a big deal. What does it matter? Yang Chen said without care. These 2 fellows were originally just supplementary. Giving them some benefits was to make them work for him wholeheartedly, not to build them up. That's it. The old man asked again. If there is, it is best to have a spiritual awareness cultivation method. Yang Chen finally added a sentence. Even if it was a monster cultivator, it was good to have a strong spiritual awareness. Of course, such a cultivation method was needed. The old tree and the small tree can be used, but since they are old and young, there must be a foundation and advanced cultivation method, plus the advanced cultivation method of the viper, the advanced cultivation method of the sand scorpion, and the 2 foundation-laying cultivation methods of the wolf and bear. A total of 3 advanced cultivation methods and 3 foundation-laying cultivation methods. The old man quickly quoted to Yang Chen, add a cultivation method to cultivate spiritual awareness, 7 kinds of cultivation methods. Advanced cultivation method and spiritual awareness cultivation method are 5 pounds of top-quality spirit stones. The other 3 are 1 pound each, 23 pounds of top-quality spirit stones. Listening to the price quoted by the old man, the bear and the wolf were directly stunned. At such a high price, even if they swept the goods in the stalls area, they might not be able to afford so many cultivation methods. They couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. On the one hand, they expected Yang Chen to buy it. On the other hand, they were worried that Yang Chen could not afford it. Yang Chen almost never lacked spirit stones. Since the last time he was chased by Luo Yuan, Yang Chen almost spent 3 pieces of top-quality spirit stones. When he came back, he added a large number from Shangguan Feng. What's more, after killing so many, those guys had a lot of spirit stones on their bodies. Although 23 pounds of top-quality spirit stones were a lot, in the eyes of Yang Chen it was nothing. Of course, it was impossible for Yang Chen to carry all the top-quality spirit stones. Soon, a chinkuan bag full of spirit stones of various grades was handed over to the old man. The old man did not expect that Yang Chen really came to spend a lot of money to buy a cultivation method. When he took the chinkuan bag, he was stunned. The monster race rarely had such wealth. Even if there was, it was not a calf in the Jedon stage, but more of a Yuanying stage or higher master. However, no one would ask the origin of these spirit stones. Since the spirit stones were enough, the old man quickly put away the spirit stones, and then stood up. "Come with me." The three followed the old man and soon came to the inside of the book building. Just now it was just the front hall to receive guests. This was where the real book building was located. Of course, it was still not a place to store the cultivation methods, but a place for guests to choose. A row of jade slips was neatly placed on a table in the middle of the room. The old man gestured to the other side. "Pick it yourself if you want any cultivation method. Just say it. Someone will give it to you." Chapter 594. This row of jade slips was the catalog of all the cultivation methods in the book building. Of course, each cultivation method was accompanied by an introduction, classification, and so on. At least at a glance, it was clear whether it was a high-level cultivation method or a foundation-laying cultivation method, and how the effect would be after the cultivation. This move of the book building was also in the name of looking at the opportunities of each person. In fact, it was still to test the customer's own vision. If their own vision was not good and they wanted a high-level attack power cultivation method, but accidentally chose a defensive type, then they could only spend a lot of money to buy it again. This was also a way to make money in the book building. However, these arrangements basically had no effect on Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's knowledge, after knowing the general cultivation effect, he was basically able to judge the quality of the cultivation method. The word eye-catching would basically not happen to Yang Chen. Yang Chen began to explore the contents of the jade slips, one by one. There was a look of doubt on his face. It seemed that there were too many choices and he couldn't make a decision, but his heart was full of joy. There were not many opportunities to understand the characteristics of the cultivation methods of the monster race. Yang Chen had to grasp it no matter what. The old man was already used to this situation. How many monster cultivators almost went bankrupt to buy a suitable cultivation method? When choosing, they were as cautious as Yang Chen. Sitting on the side, the old man did not urge him, but slightly closed his eyes, as if he was closing his eyes to rest. Yang Chen looked very slowly. It took almost a full hour to choose the basic foundation-laying cultivation method. Finally, he picked out 3 of them. Looking at the cultivation method chosen by Yang Chen, the old man did not have much surprise. This kind of basic foundation-laying cultivation method, in fact, everyone was almost the same. It was just that when cultivating, they had to be calm and not think of reaching the sky in one step. The 3 cultivation methods chosen by Yang Chen belonged to the steady type. The cultivation speed would not be too fast, but if he persisted, it would also have a good effect. It was definitely more solid than the current 2 guys, the bear and the wolf, who did not know how to promote to the Jiran stage. The foundation-laying cultivation method here actually cost 1 gene of top-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that among the demon cultivators that Yang Chen had seen, there were only a few who had a good foundation. He reckoned that not many of them had good cultivation methods, but they had obtained some incomplete cultivation methods from outside and slowly practiced them. Of course, even so, he was much luckier than those who didn't have any cultivation methods. Not to mention anything else, even if it was an incomplete cultivation technique, the cultivation speed would still be several times faster than that of ordinary demon cultivators. With cultivation, one could earn more spirit stones and in turn purchase better cultivation methods. As for those guys who were struggling outside, their performance was slightly better than the demon cultivators here. The guys outside, like Shi Kuei, Xiasha, and the old tree demon, which one of them didn't rely on instinct to cultivate bit by bit in various difficult environments, and the time spent was almost several times more than here. After such painstaking work, it was impossible for the foundation not to be solid. Inside and outside the city, each had its own benefits. It was just that he didn't know the person in charge here. The foundation-laying cultivation method was so expensive. This was really to cultivate the demon cultivators, or to scrape a layer of skin from them. For the advanced cultivation method, Yang Chen's choice was even slower. It was almost a word by word, as if he had to look at all the cultivation methods to determine which one he wanted in the end. This slow and dull process took a few more hours. The old man had been sitting there with his eyes closed the whole time, not moving at all. At this time, it was seen that the patience of the bear and the wolf was insufficient. The two guys began to fidget as if there were needles under their butts. They would jump up and stare at Yang-Chin for a few steps, and then sit down again, scratching their ears and cheeks for a moment. With such a temperament, even if there was really a good cultivation method, it was not necessarily possible to cultivate it with good results. Yang-Chin certainly knew this. In the same way, the old man sat there without moving, but he was also clear about the performance of the two guys. For Yang-Chin, he was willing to spend 2 pounds of the best spirit stones to buy cultivation methods for the two of them. He really couldn't figure it out. With these 2 pounds of best spirit stones, it was enough to rent the most abundant room in the city for a long time. Cultivating in that kind of room, the effect was many times better than in the lowest room. Did Yang-Chin not even understand this? Yang-Chin naturally did not know the old man's heart, but carefully read the jade slips one by one. It took a whole day and night to read all the contents on these dozens of jade slips. Then Yang-Chin sat down and recalled the cultivation methods he had seen in his mind, combined with the characteristics of Shi Kuei, Xiesha, and the old tree demon. He selected the 3 most suitable cultivation methods. In fact, this cultivation method had a general category suitable for what kind of demon cultivator. As long as he chose in this category, there would not be much difference. Of course, the cultivation method for cultivating spiritual awareness, Yang-Chin did not forget to choose. However, there were very few cultivation methods for cultivating spiritual awareness. There were only a few kinds, and it seemed that the effect was almost the same. Yang-Chin randomly chose a royal spirit secret art. After saying all the cultivation methods he had chosen, the old man raised his eyelids and asked with some surprise, "Why, you don't choose one yourself?" The royal spirit secret art is for this younger generation junior to use. Yang-Chin smiled and answered the old man's question. After the old man looked up and down at Yang-Chin's body, he nodded slightly and said, "The body refining technique is good." Then he stood up and walked directly to the back, presumably to give Yang-Chin the cultivation method. The bear and the wolf watched the old man disappear behind, and almost at the same time, they rushed to the side of Yang-Chin. They wanted to anxiously ask Yang-Chin what cultivation method he chose, but they were scolded by Yang-Chin. "Steady! If you have it, there will be. If you don't have it, it's useless to be anxious." The two guys did not dare to speak again and sat next to Yang-Chin. Although their bodies did not dare to twist again, the anxiety and expectation on their faces could not be concealed in any way. After a while, the old man came out with 7 pieces of jade slips and placed them in front of Yang-Chin. Yang-Chin picked it up one by one and roughly scanned it. He made sure that the things he got were correct. After all of them were put away, he thanked the old man. "You don't have to thank me." The old man smiled and said, "Just take care of a few more business. This is already the savings of this younger generation junior and a few friends." Yang-Chin got the cultivation method in his hand and was not afraid to say 2 more words to the old man. "If we have to take care of your business, we really can't even afford to eat." The old man nodded and said, "Everyone is not easy, but I still give you a word. Even if you have a good cultivation method, don't be too ambitious. Down to earth is the way of cultivation." Chapter 595. Until he was far away, Yang-Chin was still thinking about what the old man in the book building said. The old man's words were very reasonable, but Yang-Chin was not sure if he said this to everyone here, or only to himself. In any case, now that the old tree demon Shikue and Xiesha and the future little monstrous talent Mu Bo's cultivation methods were in hand, Yang-Chin also plundered a batch of high-level materials. Next, it was the focus to find the first with true essence. As for the more advanced materials in the store, Yang-Chin needed a period of time to sweep the goods. Otherwise, if he spent a lot of spirit stones, It would definitely attract the attention of many guys, which was not good for him to find the first with true essence. The bear and wolf got the foundation-laying cultivation methods they dreamed of, but they faced a problem that was hesitating whether to abolish their current cultivation base and start over again. At this point, Yang Qin did not give any advice. He only needed the two guys to do things. At least when he needed it, these two guys could give him the fastest news. As for how they were going to cultivate, Yang Chen did not care. Everything was up to their own wishes. The two guys did not have the ruthlessness of Sun Qingxue, who could completely abolish their own cultivation base and start over again. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to relay the foundation of this cultivation base. Compared to abolishing the cultivation base and starting over again, this method was obviously more time-consuming. However, one advantage was that he could still maintain his own cultivation base for the time being, but it would take a longer time to replace his own cultivation base. The room Yang Qin rented had been thoroughly checked. In this lowest level room, although the spiritual power was more abundant than the outside world, it was impossible to have such a thing as the first with true essence. The more advanced rooms were the same. A gene of high-grade spirit stones could rent a room for a month. Yang Qin did not think that there would be such a precious thing. So, in other words, in this standard cultivation room, it was unlikely to have the first with true essence. Yang Qin was not sure whether there was any first with true essence in the city. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yang Qin would not give up. This was the 10,000 Trees Forest, the most likely place to have the first with true essence. Other places do not seem to have such a strong first with aura. Maybe there may be, but it will never be more than here. Of course, Yang Qin couldn't just ask them what was wrong with the city. He had to pretend for a while. Therefore, he took out the demon race's spiritual sense cultivation method and pretended to cultivate it himself. Relatively speaking, the cultivation techniques of the demon race were still biased towards the demon race. Yang Qin only looked for a moment before he noticed the problem. This was not to say that this cultivation method had any drawbacks, but relatively speaking, Yang Qin had a cultivation method that was more effective than this. If the incantation and the beast-taming method left behind by the Azure Ox were used at the same time, it would be more effective in improving one's spiritual sense than this cultivation method. This was something Yang Qin had not expected. He thought that what the Azure Ox left behind was just something that allowed him to cultivate the beast-taming method. But he did not expect that it would actually increase his spiritual awareness. This cultivation method was different from the Three Purities secret art. It was just some supplements. Yang Qin originally thought that this would only allow him to cultivate the beast-taming method of the demon race, but he did not expect it to have another effect. The so-called growth of spiritual awareness for Yang Qin was actually the growth of the monster soul. That was the huge bull horns in Yang Qin's sea of consciousness. The reason why Yang Qin would be considered as the same kind by the monster race was because of such a huge pair of bull horns in his sea of consciousness. After learning about the cultivation method of the monster race to increase the spiritual awareness and monster soul, Yang Qin understood something that had been ignored before. The reason why he could be easily seen by the old tree demon and Lan, and that he was not from the monster race, was because his monster soul was not strong enough. In front of their powerful monster soul, there was no place to hide. In this city, there were monster race everywhere. Yang Qin had to be careful step by step. He could not be seen through his identity. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. The old man in the book building, Yang Qin had not seen the depth for the time being, because he did not dare to use his own spiritual awareness to explore the other party, and the words left by the other party when he left were very memorable. Yang Qin didn't even know if he had been seen through, but now Yang Qin had to remedy it. Absorbing the first with true essence was not a matter of a short time. Even if it was found, it would take at least a few years to be able to cultivate the first with true secret art. Once it was seen through, it would be beyond redemption. Yang Qin had to make a last-minute effort and continue to cultivate this cultivation method and the beast-taming method. Fortunately, cultivating these cultivation methods did not require a strong spiritual power, but to strengthen his own monster soul, so Yang Chen did not care what level of room he cultivated in. This room had been rented by Yang Chen for at least a year, and it was just used to strengthen the monster soul. Since Yang Chen successfully cultivated the beast taming method, he had not cultivated these secret arts again. Yang Chen recultivated this time, but in less than 2 months, Yang Chen felt the strong effect. In the sea of consciousness, part of the spiritual awareness began to transform into the monster soul, strengthening into the huge horns. The entity of the horns began to become more solid, and many patterns like real horns began to appear on it. Although Yang Chen did not use the beast taming method against other monster race cultivators again, Yang Chen had already felt that compared to the initial communication effect, Yang Chen could establish a connection with the monster race more easily, and the transmitted consciousness was clearer, and the content was more detailed. With this understanding, Yang Chen began to cultivate the beast taming method more diligently. In a year's time, Yang Chen's current monster soul has undergone earth-shaking changes. The huge bull's horns were still the same size, but both the bull's horns and the part of the skull that was connected to it were covered in dense patterns. Looking from a distance, it was a pair of real horns magnified in the sea of consciousness. Yang Chen could even feel the hardness of the horns. Compared to when Yang Chen came here, the monster soul was definitely more than several times stronger. As a bridge connecting the two sides of the blood river, because of the growth of the horns, the role played was more powerful. At least now, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, the degree of firmness has once again improved by a level. Even if there was a master like Luo Yuan who launched a spiritual awareness attack, Yang Chen would not have any problem. The peak early Deshang stage spiritual awareness slowly weakened to the middle of the early Deshang stage. In exchange for the stability of the entire sea of consciousness, it could also make Yang Chen's spiritual awareness not soar so much. Cultivating the monster soul was really a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 596. Cultivating for a whole year, Yang Chen was also here for a year of retreat. Coming out of the room, Yang Chen noticed the aura of the bear and the wolf. After the 2 guys got the cultivation method purchased by Yang Chen, they followed Yang Chen to his residence. Speaking of it, the wolf and bear used to follow the leopard in the market, but they did not get too many benefits. Their cultivation place was also the lowest room rented by the leopard. However, the leopard was stingy, only renting for a month at a time, so that the 2 guys had no shelter. Following Yang Chen, they just had a place to stay. Yang Chen was cultivating inside, and they were cultivating outside. The 2 guys did not think of any evil intentions, but they noticed that Yang Chen was getting stronger and stronger day by day. The 2 guys thought about the leopard's fate, and they did not dare to have any second thoughts. In addition to staying outside honestly, while staying in Yang Chen's room to cultivate and waiting for Yang Chen's instructions, the 2 guys did not even dare to go to the market. Without the support of the leopard in the Yuanying stage, the 2 guys in the Jiran stage might be abolished by a few powerful foundation stage beasts. From Yang Chen's Jiran stage, he could abolish the leopard in the Yuanying stage. It could be seen that the realm alone was useless, and the real combat strength was fundamental. How could they know that there were not a few strong foundation stage guys in the market that could directly overturn the 2 of them? Yes, you are obedient. Looking at the 2 guys respectfully waiting for instructions, Yang Chen also nodded slightly. Follow me. I will not treat you badly. As he said that, there were 2 large pieces of high-grade spirit stones in his hand, each of which was 5 or 6 genes, and he threw 1 to each of them. The 2 guys took the spirit stones, and their eyes were wide open. They could hardly believe that they just stayed in the room and rubbed Yang Chen's room to cultivate, and there were such benefits. You don't have to go to the market anymore. You won't be able to make a name for yourself. Yang Chen looked at the shocked expressions on the 2's faces and laughed in his heart. He then ordered, Now, help me investigate something. What's the matter? Please instruct me. The wolf had more eyesight than the bear, and hurriedly bowed down and asked with a smile. You are familiar with the city. Help me think of any strange places. Yang Chen did not hide the fact that he wanted the two fellows to do something for him. He directly instructed them. If there are any places in the city with a special aura, the more you can think of, the more benefits you will get. As soon as they heard that Yang Chen was just looking for some special places in the city, the wolf and bear were almost overjoyed. The two of them might not have the guts and strength to go out and risk their lives, but they were just looking for a place in the city that they were familiar with. That was simply giving them benefits. Yang Chen had given each of them 5 caddies of upper-level spirit stones for staying here obediently. This was even more than what they could get by extorting money from the market for a year. If they really found the place that Yang Chen was looking for, wouldn't there be more rewards? I don't dare to say anything else. Just looking for a place in the city. There is no one more familiar than the two of us. The bear looked honest, almost patting his chest to guarantee that he would be able to find it. We know a few now. Do you want to see it for yourself? The wolf was not willing to fall behind, and immediately went to the front and asked, Lead the way. Yang Chen was also straightforward, and directly let the two guys take him out. After practicing the beast-controlling secret art for a whole year, Yang Chen could now ensure that he would not reveal his identity in front of the middle Deshang stage monsters. Even if it was in the city, where there was a special place, Yang Chen was not afraid. Swaggering along with the two guys, Yang Chen came to the first place with a special aura that they said in their mouth. This was a building built entirely of metal. It was not particularly tall, but there was a very pure metal attribute aura. In this 10,000 trees forest city, it was indeed very special. The metal attribute aura was not what Yang Chen was looking for. However, this place was indeed in line with Yang Chen's requirements. After Yang Chen pretended to explore here, he soon discovered that this was an artificially arranged formation. Its role was to gather the metal attribute spirit power and let some metal attribute monsters cultivate nearby. The monsters also had their own 5 elements. It was impossible for there to be only one attribute of spirit power in this city. Such an arrangement was very in line with the requirements of comprehensive care. Very good. Yang Chen recognized the two guys leading the way, which made the bear and the wolf very happy. Is this the place you are looking for? The wolf asked again, and the bear was also waiting at the side with anticipation. Not here. Change one. Yang Chen waved his hand to let the two continue. Next, Yang Chen followed the two and found several other places with 5 elements. The water attribute, fire attribute, and earth attribute were all prepared for the monster cultivators of different attributes. These places had a strange atmosphere, but they were not the places that Yang Chen was looking for. What Yang Chen was looking for was the place where the first with true essence gathered. It was absolutely impossible to find these places with these attributes. However, Yang Chen did not skip these places directly because he knew the existence of these places. Every place, Yang Chen personally went to investigate. He wanted to know what the attainments of the monster race in this city had reached, which would help him make a more intuitive judgment of the power of the monster race. The place with would attribute spirit power was not special, because the entire city was under the old banyan tree in the 10,000 trees forest, and it was filled with rich would attribute spirit power. These places were not the places that Yang Chen was looking for, which made the wolf and bear very disappointed. They also thought that this time in just a few days they could take Yang Chen to a few places and they could earn more spirit stones. But there was no place that Yang Chen wanted to find, and they were also anxious. Is there any other place in the city with a strange atmosphere? Yang Chen asked again after looking at the earth attribute land. No. The wolf shook his head directly. The strange atmosphere in this city was only in these few places, and other places looked very normal. There is another place. The bear was more simple, and spoke without thinking, and directly said, "It is a bit dangerous there." "Not there." The wolf did not wait for Yang Chin to ask where it was, and directly shouted, "Not there!" "Where? Why not?" Yang Chen was interested, and asked curiously. "It is a forbidden area in the city. Someone has been there before, and there is no bones left, so it has been closed." The wolf hurriedly replied, "There is no strange atmosphere there. There is a pool of water that I don't know the depth of." Chapter 597. Pool? No aura? Yang Chin was also a bit stunned, but he immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go and see." "No way." The wolf and bear were shocked, and the wolf immediately reacted. Yang Chen was an outsider, and he did not know how powerful it was over there. It was understandable. "No, it's too dangerous there." The wolf seemed to have changed his mind because of the foundation cultivation methods he had practiced this year. He immediately shook his head and stopped him. "You haven't seen it. You don't know how powerful it is. 3 Yuaning stage ancestors have been swallowed there, and no one has dared to approach within 100 steps. I'm not going in. I'm just going to take a look." Yang Chin smiled and said, "Even if I look at it from 100 steps away, I will gain some knowledge." Hearing that Yang Chen would not go directly, but look around, the two guys were a little relieved. This was the reason why they took Yang Chen all the way around a few big circles before rushing over. There was no aura, but it had swallowed 3 Yuaning stage ancestors. Yang Chen was more curious about this pool. Until the moment he saw the pool, Yang Chen was still guessing what it was that could cause such a powerful thing. The wolf and bear took Yang Chen to a high room. There was no one living here, and there was no spiritual power, but from here it was possible to see the scene below at a glance. The pool was in sight, and it could be seen from the window of the room. The wolf went to the window in advance and stretched out his sleeves to wipe the dust. Then he invited Yang Chen to come over and pointed to the pool. "It's there." The pool was not big, only 100 square feet, and the color of the water showed a dark green. It was not known how many years it had not changed. At least 300 steps away from here, Yang Chen could not smell it. In other places, almost everywhere was a towering tree, but around the pool there was no tree. It was bare, and it looked very abrupt. There were not only trees around, but there was no grass. It could really be regarded as barren. "Don't use your divine senses." Yang Chen's heart moved. When he was about to use his spiritual awareness to explore, the wolf head suddenly said, "There are 2 Yuaning stage ancestors and hundreds of Jedon stage masters." Because of curiosity, they used their spiritual awareness to explore it. As a result, they were pulled into the pool and never got up again. Standing at this distance, Yang Chen really couldn't feel any strange aura. It seemed that the 2 fellows were telling the truth. However, Yang Chen was still curious. How did this place become a place of great danger? "Is there something in the pool?" Yang Chen turned around and asked, "Is there some kind of peerless beast?" This seemed to be everyone's first reaction when they realized the situation. If there was no beast, how could it be possible? "I don't know." This time it was the bear who answered quickly. "No one knows, no one has seen it." In any case, from the very beginning, when everyone found out about this place, they were warned not to casually approach it, or else they would be in big trouble. A lot of masters have disappeared, and no one dares to take this risk. "Has anyone seen anyone who went in and didn't come out?" Yang Chen asked again. If no one had seen it, and it was just a legend, there must be a hidden story. Almost every few years, there is a guy who doesn't believe in evil and goes in. The wolf head stared at the other side and said, "You know, there are always friends who believe that they are the chosen son of heaven and have a great fortune. There must be a good thing left by a predecessor here, and they will be able to get it. But those who go in have never come out. How do they get in?" Yang Chen asked again. "They don't believe in evil and go in, and in a while they disappear on the water." This time it was replaced by the bear head. "This pool is very strange. When you go in, there are no ripples and it just disappears. It is very calm. No one dares to fish. Everyone just looks at it. Anyway, I have seen at least 10 little guys go in and never come out. Even the bear head said so. It seemed that this situation was not uncommon. Yang Chen did not want to be so shocking, and of course, he would not rush in under the public. He just looked at it from afar and did not speak for a long time. Yang Chen did not move, and the bear and wolf heads did not dare to move. They also looked at the other side, and no one knew what Yang Chen was thinking. But no one dared to disturb Yang Chen. Well, a strange place. After a long time, Yang Chen sighed and then turned away. The bear and wolf heads were relieved. As long as they did not go in, there would be no big deal. It was not easy to meet a guy who was willing to invest in them, and it could not be so simple to disappear. Other places with strange auras, there's no more. After returning to Yang Chen's rented room, the two searched their guts and scraped their bellies, and there was no other place that met Yang Chen's requirements. Well, it's okay. If you can't find it, then forget it. Yang Chen seemed to have let go of this matter and turned to instruct the two other things. In the near future, you will go to the market and see if there are any good materials. Leave them for me. This was the best thing for the two guys. The market, especially the stall area, was more familiar with it than them. Both of them hurriedly nodded in agreement. I will go to a more advanced place to retreat for a period of time. You live here first. I have paid the rent for 10 years. Yang Chen pointed to the room where he was now and left the room for the two. Benefits fell from the sky. This room was clearly a reward of a lot of spirit stones. The two guys were so happy that their mouths could not be closed. They just took Yang Chen to walk in the city for a few days, and there were such benefits. What if they helped Yang Chen to buy a batch of advanced materials? They were excited to think about it. For a more advanced room with more spiritual energy, the two did not have extravagant expectations. Now, to recultivate the foundation laying cultivation method, it did not need too much spiritual energy, but it needed a lot of time to relay the foundation. As for Yang Chen, this situation was more normal. As an outsider, what did he want to come here for? Wasn't it better cultivation methods, better materials, and more abundant spiritual energy? In these aspects, Yang Chen had already occupied all of them. No one would think that Yang Chen's performance was abnormal. After taking Yang Chen to a higher level room, the two personally sent Yang Chen to the room on the second floor of the city, and then respectfully said goodbye. The appearance of Yang Chen, although the most profound shock when they met, also gave them hope. The first thing the two did when they came out was to hurry to the market and ask the guys who set up the stalls to leave the good things. No one knew that Yang Chen was thinking about the pool. Chapter 598. A strange pool. There was definitely something weird. There was no aura, but it also explained another problem. That was, there must be something under the pool that could isolate the aura. Unfortunately, the people who went down did not have any results, and no one knew what was below. Perhaps some people already knew, but they were controlled by the city manager, and it was possible that they could not say it out. But in Yang Chen's guess, water was wood. Since there was no aura of the water attribute here, maybe it had been absorbed by something, and the first wood true essence was the most likely. However, if he wanted to know whether there was the first wood true essence in it, Yang Chen had only one way. That was to go in and see for himself. It was just that this required a lot of risk. The words of the bear and the wolf would not be false. The pool had swallowed several masters of the Yuanying stage. It must have happened. The first wood true essence was very important to Yang Chen. There was only such a strange place in the city. No matter what, Yang Chen must go in and see. In any case, there was such a strange pool in the city. If no one paid attention to it, then it would be a ghost. It was almost impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Even if Yang Chen had the sea-pouring jasper cup on him, which could isolate the exploration of spiritual awareness, it could not block the observation of the naked eye. And around the pool, there were definitely some people staring at it day and night. In this way, entering the pool had become a big problem. Yang Qin sat in the middle of the room, but he was thinking about how to find an excuse to go in without being suspected. In the midst of his dilemma, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. The spiritual awareness threads he arranged around the room suddenly noticed a few unusual movements, and it seemed that someone was approaching. After a while, as the people came closer, Yang Chen could be completely sure that someone was sneaking over. It was not one person, but four, and these four people turned out to be Yuanying stage masters. 4 Yuanying stage masters of the monster race, sneaking around his room. Yang Qin couldn't think of why they were here. However, since the other party came to the door, Yang Qin suddenly thought of an excuse to enter the pool. Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside the door. Getting up and opening the door, Yang Qin strode out of the room and looked at the empty surroundings above the surface. After scanning around, his face showed a puzzled expression. He sniffed a few times in the air as if he wanted to smell something, but in the end, Yang Qin just frowned and didn't say anything. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, the door behind him suddenly closed. "Who is it?" Yang Qin shouted. The door wouldn't close on its own, so someone must be playing tricks. "This kid is still very vigilant." A voice came from above Yang Chen's head. Yang Qin seemed to be startled and jumped back before looking up at the sky. "Senior, why have you come to this junior's door?" Although Yang Qin looked shocked, he did not panic and was still very calm. "You crippled our brother, and you dare to swagger in the city. You are really impatient to live." Another voice suddenly sounded from the left side of Yang Qin, so that Yang Chen suddenly turned around and changed the angle so that he could see in two directions at the same time. "If you have been retreating in your room, we really can't do anything about it." Suddenly there was a strange voice behind him. "However, you have been swaggering in the city these days. Do you think we are all decorations?" Yang Chen's body had begun to spin, and the three guys seemed to have surrounded him, but Yang Chen's eyes were sweeping in other directions. "How Ah Bao was crippled at the time, you will be crippled today." In another direction, there was another strange voice. "Ah Bao, are you the brothers of the waste in the market?" Constantly spinning, Yang Chen put on a vigilant posture, but he asked, "Why didn't those two guys tell me?" The guy on the top of his head slowly descended a little and sneered, "The two wastes don't know that we are also a group. A stall in the market is not worth 5 Yuanying stage masters to come out together." This was very reasonable. It was just a stall area. In fact, the appearance of the wolf and the bear could already occupy the upper hand. Most of the monster cultivators there were in the foundation stage, and the 2 Jiran stage masters were enough to hold the scene. Coupled with the leopard in the Yuanying stage, it could almost be said that they were invincible. Abolishing a Yuanying stage master, although it was said that he had established his prestige, he also offended these Yuanying stage masters. If it was a general Jiran stage monster cultivator, this was already deadly trouble. As soon as the leopard was abolished, Yang Qin immediately bought something in the market and went to the library. Then he retreated in his room and did not come out. When these guys received the news, it was too late to block Yang Qin outside, and the rules of the city were that they must not hurt the people in the room. But these guys could not do anything about it, not to mention 4 Yuanying stage masters. Even if there were 40 Yuanying stage masters, they would not dare to easily challenge the rules of the city. The master of the Deshang stage, plus the restrictions of the city itself, even if it was a master of the Deshang stage, they would not dare to easily break the rules. It was not easy for Yang Qin to come out for a few days. Several of them retreated for a period of time, and when they just came out, someone told them the news. Unfortunately, when they rushed over, Yang Qin had already entered the room again. They could only make a little movement to lead Yang Qin out. As long as they blocked Yang Qin and did not let him return to the room, then everything would be fine. In addition to not killing Yang Qin, they could do whatever they wanted. Now that this plan has been successfully realized, a Yuaning stage ancestor has blocked the door of Yang Chen's room. In their eyes, Yang Chen could no longer go back. He was destined to be a waste. I heard that you are not poor. It seems that we have to accept it. The guy who finally spoke slowly walked forward. Every step he took seemed to bring a heavy pressure to Yang Chen. The master on the top of his head and the Yuaning stage ancestor in the other direction also began to slowly push forward. For people from 4 directions surrounded Yang Chen in it. If you want my wealth, exchange it with your life. Yang Chen seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation, and suddenly began to erupt like a thunderbolt in the ground. It was not known how many people around were awakened. Countless spiritual awareness swept over. It seemed that they did not expect that Yang Chen would make such a big movement with such a loud voice. The 4 people were stunned. In this moment, Yang Chen's figure suddenly turned into a flying goose and rushed toward a gap that the 4 people exposed. Chapter 599. The direction in which Yang Chen rushed out was the room reserved for the bear and the wolf. That was the room he rented, and he had the right to enter the door. As long as he could rush in, his safety could be guaranteed. Anyway, he had rented the room for a few years. Even if these guys were ruthless, it was impossible for them to guard him for so many years. The 4 Yuaning stage ancestors were frightened by Yang Chen's voice, and they let Yang Chen escape, and they were furious. They didn't want to think about it and directly chased after him. The figure of Yang Chen was in front, and the figures of the 4 people were behind, and they disappeared like the wind and lightning. However, what had just happened had already caused hundreds of spiritual awareness to sweep over, and the owners of the spiritual awareness seemed to have guessed what had happened. The city was not small, and Yang Chen fled at full speed, but it took him a stick of incense to get there. The 4 Yuaning stage ancestors behind him, even with all their efforts, they did not catch up with Yang Chen. At most, they could only keep a distance from Yang Chen, seeing that he had already seen the house over there, and when Yang Chen was about to rush in at the door of the room, a strange leopard monster suddenly appeared. The leopard head showed a ferocious smile and looked at Yang Chen viciously. The other party had already considered that Yang Chen would escape here, and even thought about this step. However, the leopard monster was only a master in the late Jian stage. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, and the direction did not change and continued to rush over. At first glance, the leopard monster was related to the leopard Yuaning stage master, who was abolished by Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen rushing over, he did not show weakness and directly rushed up. Who? Yang Chen's fist, in the process of the charge, had already been waved out, with a scream that made people's hearts chill, smashed towards the leopard Jian stage master. Not to be outdone, the leopard demon stretched out his hand as well. However, his hand suddenly turned into a leopard's claw. His sharp fingernails, which were more than a foot long, shone with a cold light as they met Yang Chen's fist. Ding! The fist and the sharp claw collided, emitting a crisp sound, as if 2 metal utensils had collided. Then, to everyone's surprise, the sharp claws broke into several pieces. Yang Chen's fist did not dissipate and directly smashed into the leopard demon's hand. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bone shattering, the leopard demon's fist was directly shattered, followed by his arm, shoulder, and half of his body. The 2 figures only made contact in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. However, Yang Chen rushed over in one piece, while the leopard demon that blocked him only had half of its body left. Junior Leopard! Behind Yang Chen, there was suddenly a heart-wrenching scream, and then a huge pressure directly enveloped the top of Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen's body stopped, but in this moment, an expert had already rushed in front of Yang Chen and stopped Yang Chen. He did not attack from behind Yang Chen because he was afraid that he could not destroy Yang Chen in one move and Yang Chen would escape. Of course, there was another consideration. The expert was afraid that he could not control his attack and kill Yang Chen, which would be very bad. It was not allowed to kill people in the city. If he attacked from behind Yang Chen, once he used too much force, he would be doomed eternally. In this way, Yang Chen's retreat was blocked, and Yang Chen could only wait to be captured. Yang Chen, who was blocked in the way of survival, also began to fight desperately. Boom! Another punch was thrown out, and this punch directly hit the figure that surpassed him. The one who rushed over was also a leopard head monster race cultivator. Yang Chen made a move behind him, but he turned around in a hurry. With a bang, his palms and Yang Chen's fists intersected, making a huge explosion. A force as heavy as a mountain came crashing down with earth-shattering force. The leopard demon did not expect that Yang Chen would have such great power. With a click, even with the spiritual power to protect his body, his palms still became bloody in an instant, as if it was hit by a huge hammer, and his bones were all broken. Fortunately, he noticed that something was wrong and immediately retreated, so that he could offset a large part of the force, and the other parts of his body were not hurt. But this time, it directly made him break out in a cold sweat. This calf turned out to have such great power. However, Yang Chen's 2 consecutive attacks had already allowed the 3 Yuanying stage masters who were chasing after him to catch up. If Yang Chen did not leave, he would fall into the encirclement of the 4 Yuanying stage monster cultivators. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen had already fled in a panic. Many people saw this scene, but no one would doubt that Yang Chen had a premeditated plan. The direction in which Yang Chen escaped was the direction of the strange pool in the center of the city. The 4 Yuanying stage monster cultivators would not let Yang Chen escape in this situation, and they chased after him without stopping. There was no illumination device in the city at night, and it was dark. Yang Chen released his spiritual awareness to observe the surrounding environment, and the 4 Yuanying stage monster cultivators were obviously better than Yang Chen. They could see everything in the dark with their instincts. In some cases, the monster race had an innate advantage over humans. The city was very big, but Yang Chen let go of his speed and ran wildly. It did not take too long to escape from his side to the pool. In less than half an hour, he had already escaped to the vicinity. Of course, in the process of escaping, Yang Chen also showed his strength very appropriately. The guy who chased the fastest had already been crippled by him. Another leopard monster in the early Yuanying stage was punched by Yang Chen after a sudden pause, and his sternum was almost broken. Fortunately, the monster race paid the most attention to body refining when cultivating, so it did not lead to a disaster. However, he still did not escape the fate of vomiting blood and being injured. A calf in the early Jedon stage, under the siege of 4 Yuanying stage monster cultivators and a late Jedon stage master, crippled the late Jedon stage guy and injured 2 Yuanying stage masters. Don't look at how Yang Chen was now running for his life, but if this record was taken out, it would not be him who would lose face. However, the 4 Yuanying stage masters must take down Yang Chen this time. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain to the companion who was crippled by Yang Chen. It would also make many people in the city doubt their strength, which would threaten the living environment of the leopard clan. In this kind of thing, they would never take the lives and treatment of the whole clan as a joke. Running all the way, Yang Chen's figure had already rushed to the vicinity of the pool. The several monster cultivators behind him were in a hurry to catch up, but they did not notice this. Suddenly, Yang Chen's figure came to a sudden stop. This time, the 4 masters who were chasing after him were on guard, and they all made a move. Everyone held back. But if the attacks of the 4 people hit at the same time, Yang Chen would definitely lose his ability to act directly. In the face of the attack, Yang Chen did not dodge, but turned and rushed directly to the guy closest to him. Chapter 600. Bang, 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 bang. Almost at the same time, the attacks of the 4 people all fell on Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen's face also showed a painful look, and the blood in his mouth was sprayed on the face of the opposite master. Caught off guard, he was sprayed by Yang Chen's blood, and the opposite leopard monster's spirit power was shocked, and the blood was directly shaken. But at this moment, Yang Chen actually hugged him by the waist. wondering how Yang Qin would do this. He suddenly found that Yang Qin suddenly opened his spiritual awareness and stimulated the surrounding crazily. Still in a daze, he suddenly saw the surrounding environment, and suddenly his heart was broken. This turned out to be a spiritual awareness forbidden zone. Yang Qin actually opened his spiritual awareness crazily here. A huge force pulled Yang Qin towards the pool, and Yang Qin's hands were holding the unlucky leopard monster. The two of them hugged each other and flew into the pool. The other 3 leopard monsters watched their companions being held by Yang Qin and fell into the pool together, but there was nothing they could do. With a splash, the bodies of Yang Qin and the leopard monster fell into the water, only causing a small ripple, not even a splash of water, and disappeared without a trace. The 3 companions of the leopard monster, where would they dare to use their spiritual awareness to explore the situation of their companions? The Yuanying stage masters who were swallowed here were not 1 or 2. Everyone understood that once Yang Qin and his companions fell in, there was no possibility of them coming out again. Although Yang Qin was also dead, it seemed that Yang Qin, a little guy in the early Jedon stage, had abolished a Yuanying stage master, flew a master in the late Jedon stage, seriously injured an early Yuanying stage master, and slightly injured another Yuanying stage master. Now he pulled a Yuanying stage master to die together. In any case, Yang Qin was indeed worthy of the word strong. Their battle had caused quite a commotion, and countless people had witnessed this scene. Many people were shaking their heads and sighing. Such a valiant little guy with a boundless future was destroyed because he offended these overbearing fellows. But more people were secretly pondering in their hearts. Yang Qin, a little guy in the early stage of Gold Core, could destroy a Yuanying, kill one, and seriously injure another. The power of the Leopard Clan did not seem to be as powerful as they showed. There seemed to be other benefits to ponder over. As soon as Yang Qin entered the water, he let go of that guy. A leopard monster in the Yuanying stage is not worth Yang Qin's desperate. He didn't even open the body protection of the Golden Bell. Those guys didn't hurt him at all. The so-called injury and vomiting blood was simply made by Yang Qin himself. The key was that he now had an excuse to enter the pool that no one would suspect. Although this was a dangerous place in the eyes of many monster cultivators, Yang Qin believed that this was definitely the place where the first wood true essence was most likely to exist. In a dangerous place, Yang Qin certainly had to concentrate on dealing with it. The Golden Bell had been urged to the extreme by Yang Qin. Even if it was the old tree demon, it was estimated that it would be impossible to hurt Yang Qin at once. Unexpectedly, the terrifying blow that Yang Qin expected did not come. On the contrary, his body had been sinking. Although the spiritual awareness threads had already been explored, it had not been explored to the end. In the water, the scope of the exploration of the spiritual awareness was reduced by many times. The huge gravitational pull pulled Yang Qin's body and kept going down. After a while, Yang Qin discovered that although his body was still immersed in the liquid, it was no longer in the water. The water in the pool was just a cover on top of these liquids. Now Yang Qin could completely confirm this. Not far away, the body of the leopard monster was still struggling, trying to escape the huge attraction from below. However, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Yang Qin didn't think about struggling at all, so there was no physical injury. On the contrary, the leopard monster kept struggling inside, but there was some strange blood on his body. Yang Qin could clearly feel it with his spiritual awareness. This kind of liquid could isolate the spiritual awareness more than pure water. Even if it was Yang Qin, he could only detect the movement within a few dozen feet around him. His spiritual awareness could no longer be explored further. This huge attraction from the bottom was completely aimed at the spiritual awareness. However, the 3 purities secret art that Yang Qin cultivated was too powerful. Although his spiritual awareness explored the pool at the beginning and was attracted by the pool, after Yang Qin entered the water and replaced it with his spiritual awareness threads, there was no such sense of bondage. If Yang Qin didn't need this attraction to guide him, Yang Chen could break away from this attraction to the spiritual awareness at any time. The leopard monster seemed very innocent. After entering the water, his spiritual awareness was already out of control, and it was impossible to take it back. Along the way, Yang Chen silently calculated the depth of the sinking, and in the time of half an incense stick, he had sunk a few 100 feet. What surprised Yang Chen was that in such a deep underground, he could even occasionally notice that there were huge roots in the surrounding land when he happened to touch the edge of the liquid. The earth escape technique could only be courting death here. He would be directly locked by these strong plant roots and would no longer be able to move. In the same way, the wood escape technique was the same. In the surrounding land, there was a power of the metal attribute. Metal restrains wood, and coming in meant death. The 5 elements escape technique could not reach this depth at all, and the only way seemed to be down from the pool. However, because no one had ever gone up there before, this place had become a forbidden area. So far, Yang Chen has not been aware of any killing moves. Even some unknown attacks caused by the struggling of the leopard monster were limited, far from the point of killing people. There was a lot of blood coming out, but it was only a flesh wound. For a Yuanying stage master, it was not a big deal at all. It may be that the spiritual awareness was stimulated and opened, and the leopard monster also noticed the situation on Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen didn't move at all. Sinking with the gravity, he was completely unharmed. He now immediately learned to use it, and suddenly he was no longer attacked. The 2 people sank so quickly for a full incense stick of time. It was calculated that they were thousands of feet deep in the ground. Suddenly, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness found that it had reached the bottom. However, the bottom of this liquid was not the ground. Yang Chen and the leopard monster just touched the bottom of the liquid, and suddenly their bodies were loose. There was no gravity anymore, but their bodies fell involuntarily and fell into a huge space. Pung pung! The 2 of them were like 2 stones falling into a large lake below. Immediately, a pure and unparalleled power of first wood, like a fierce beast, madly drilled into the 2 bodies. Chapter 601. Just at the moment of contact with these strange liquids, Yang Chen's whole body seemed to be torn apart, and the severe pain passed directly from the skin to the bone marrow and to the mind. The pure first wood true essence qi. At the moment of contact, Yang Chen immediately realized that what he fell in was not a strange liquid. It was clearly the first wood true essence. What was hard to imagine was that the amount of first wood true essence here was too large, and the form of its existence was too shocking. The first wood true essence, which was originally only in the form of spiritual qi true essence, had condensed into a liquid here. How could this be believed? First would true essence. Yang Chen finally understood why that guy would use a vein to describe the first would true essence when he died. At that time, Yang Chen naively thought that there was a thin first would true essence like an underground spirit vein. He did not expect it to be such a big lake. However, now it was impossible to guess how these first would true essences were formed. The crazy first would true essence, under the huge pressure of being compressed into a liquid, rushed into the bodies of the 2 people who fell down. No matter what kind of spiritual power Yang Chen had in his body, it was directly pressed back into his dantian by this rich first would true essence. His body seemed to be torn apart, and every corner was crazily pouring in the first would true essence. Just from touching the liquid surface and then entering the liquid, Yang Chen's whole person became a first would attribute. If someone used their spiritual awareness to explore at this time, they would definitely think that Yang Chen was a pure first would cultivator. From the inside to the outside, Yang Chen revealed a strong and incomparable first would aura. Just after a short contact, there was such a change. Yang Chen finally understood how those Yuanying stage masters who fell down died. Bathing in this kind of first would true essence spiritual solution, not to mention the Yuanying stage masters, even the masters of the Deshang stage, such as Hua Wanting, could not escape death. Water could carry a boat, but it could also overturn it. Drinking water was very comfortable, but if there was too much water, it could drown people. The reason was the same. Although the wood attribute masters could absorb the first wood true essence, such a huge amount of first wood true essence could directly explode people. The leopard demon that fell with Yang Qin was no longer breathing. He was not of the wood attribute. At the moment of contact with such a thick first wood true essence spiritual solution, it was equivalent to bearing the attack of that kind of pressure. In an instant, he turned into a leopard demon of the wood attribute. Then he exploded and turned into a dust smoke, leaving no trace. The reason why Yang Chen could hold on until now was because of his would attribute spiritual energy. In any case, Yang Chen also cultivated the first with spirit power, and the spirit power was the attribute of the Penglai divine wood. Even if the pressure was huge, he could hold on for a while longer than the leopard monster. However, if Yang Chen had no other way, then Yang Chen's end would not be much different from the leopard demon. The only difference was when it happened first. The guy who told Yang Chen that there was the first would true essence here, he didn't know if he didn't expect the situation, or if he had already arranged it, waiting for Yang Chen to throw himself into the net. It was to avenge himself after his death. It was just that that person had already died, and Yang Chen couldn't know what he was thinking. Yang Chen had the first with true secret art. He got it from someone on the Immortal executioner stage. However, in the face of such a huge amount of first with true essence spiritual solution, it was too late to absorb it, and it was impossible to absorb this amount of first with true essence spiritual solution. In a flash, Yang Chen's mind quickly flashed through several processing methods, but the most reliable one was still the Penglai divine wood in the medicine garden. The reason why the Penglai divine wood was called a divine wood was because it was the purest kind of spirit wood besides the first with true essence. At the same time, it was also the most difficult kind of spirit wood to cultivate. The reason why it was difficult to cultivate was because there was a lack of enough first with spirit power that could make the Penglai divine would look up to. Now, the first with true essence spiritual solution was simply the best thing to cultivate the Penglai divine wood. After making a decision in an instant, Yang Chen immediately began to control it. The first wood true essence spiritual solution entered Yang Chen's body and was immediately controlled by Yang Chen to enter the Penglai divine wood forest in the medicine garden. Now in the Penglai divine wood forest, there were dozens of Penglai divine woods. After the last thunder pomegranate absorbed enough thunder to nourish it, for a long time, the Penglai divine woods did not change much. This pure and incomparable first would true essence spiritual solution approached the roots of the Penglai divine wood. Yang Chen immediately noticed that the Penglai divine would seem to suddenly have a spiritual nature, and the feeling of the whole burst out. Suddenly, the spiritual solution around Yang Chen seemed to suddenly disappear, and a vacuum area appeared. In this gap, Yang Chen directly took out the sword embryo of the first with flying sword. With a thought, the sword embryo was directly restored to the original Penglai divine wood trunk and the length of the main root. The thickest trunk of the Penglai divine wood was dozens of feet long, and the length of the main root was several times this. This time, it reached the bottom of the first with true essence spiritual solution lake, and the height was more than enough. It smoothly pushed Yang Chen out of the spiritual solution. With a long sigh, Yang Chen's cold sweat came out at this time. If he delayed for a while, maybe he would directly be blown up by the first with true essence spiritual solution. Now, the pure first with true essence spiritual solution had the first with flying sword embryo as an intermediary. When it was passed to Yang Chen, it was no longer so stressful. And with the Penglai divine wood absorbing in the pure bottle medicine garden, Yang Chen could already confirm that his life was not in danger. Standing at the top of the first with flying sword embryo, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness thread was sent out again. It was strange to say that in this place, the pulling force against the spiritual awareness disappeared without a trace, and Yang Chen could easily detect the surrounding situation. It was not a very large space, basically the same size as the pool above, with a radius of dozens of feet. However, The depth of the first wood true essence spiritual solution was somewhat shocking. Standing at the top of the first wood flying sword embryo, which was more than 200 feet high, it was only 1 foot higher than the surface of the liquid. It could be imagined how much first wood true essence spiritual solution there was here. Above was the 10,000 trees forest, and there must be a formation that gathered the little bit of first wood true essence produced in the entire 10,000 trees forest here. It was not known how many years it took to have such a scale. Since there was such a strong first wood true essence, if Yang Chen did not cultivate the first wood true secret art, it would be too sorry for himself. What was the purpose of coming here to adventure? Was it not to absorb the first wood true essence, to cultivate the first wood true secret art? Chapter 602. For Yang Chen, if he cultivated the first wood true secret art in this realm, even if he let go and casually absorbed the first wood true essence, it would only take him a year's worth of spiritual power. At present, this huge lake of first wood true essence spiritual solution, even if there were 10 or 8 great principal golden immortals who wanted to cultivate the first wood true secret art, it could completely support it. With so much first wood true essence spiritual solution, instead of giving it to the monster race, it was better to give it to Yang Chen. The Penglai Divine would needed a lot of first wood true essence to irrigate. Wasn't this a great opportunity? In addition, the first wood true essence was also a rare good thing for the medicine garden's purified bottle. In particular, he could take advantage of so much first wood true essence to thoroughly refine the medicine garden's purified bottle. Of course, the most important first wood flying sword's sword embryo also needed further sacrificial refining. However, what was sacrificial refining? Wasn't it just using a lot of true essence to scour the inside of the sword embryo little by little? Now Yang Chen wanted to use the first wood flying sword embryo to absorb the first wood true essence. Wasn't it a logical process? The first wood flying sword embryo returned to its original size, and Yang Chen could even easily sit on the top to cultivate. The huge trunk was an excellent platform for cultivation. The huge first wood true essence along the first wood flying sword embryo. Part of it entered the body of Yang Chen, and part of it entered the purified bottle medicine garden. After being purified by the purified bottle, it was absorbed by the Penglai Divine wood. Fortunately, it was the Penglai Divine wood. If it was replaced by any other first wood species, in the face of this kind of concentrated first wood true essence, it would also end up exploding. In the process of slowly absorbing the first wood true essence, Yang Chen was also distracted to observe the changes in the medicine garden's purified bottle, in case of a carelessness, destroying the medicine garden's purified bottle. Seeing that the liquefied first wood true essence entered the medicine garden, it was directly sent to the 5th soil layer at the foot of the Penglai Divine wood. Subsequently, the Penglai Divine wood, as if it was alive, began to grow wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only a day and a night, and the Penglai Divine wood was thicker than a finger. This was the Penglai Divine wood. When Yang Chen used the 5th earth layer to sacrificial refine the medicine garden, it was only to make the Penglai Divine would take root more stable. As for growth, it was only the occasional sacrificial refining of the medicine garden that had the opportunity. On weekdays, even during the decades when Yang Chen was in seclusion, the Penglai Divine wood in the medicine garden had never changed. Even if there was, it could not be seen at all. However, under the irrigation of this pure first wood true essence, one day and one night, the trunk became thicker. Although the change did not seem to be big in normal times, if the Penglai Divine would wanted to thicken a finger, it was impossible without 100 years of effort. The first wood true essence entered the medicine garden and was not completely absorbed by the Penglai Divine wood. It also slowly nourished the other first wood in the medicine garden. Because there was no power of thunder for a long time, the thunder pomegranate tree stopped growing. Under the nourishment of this powerful first wood true essence, it began to grow wildly again. The flowers withered and bloomed. Almost every day and night, the thunder pomegranate tree would experience a growth cycle, adding 1 year of age. More than 20 thunder pomegranates began to slowly become thicker and taller. This was not a complete, sacrificial refining process. Whether it was for the first wood flying sword embryo or the pure bottle medicine garden, this time it was just a simple process of spiritual power brushing. The spiritual power of the pure bottle medicine garden had already been filled up unknowingly, and even the looming portal in the medicine garden had changed a little. However, Yang Qin did not pay attention to this now. He was already immersed in the pleasure of cultivating the first with true secret art. The main purpose of coming here was to cultivate the first with true secret art and condense the first with golden Dan. The others, no matter how much, were extra. Autumn went to winter. Yang Qin had been cultivating for a full half a year on the first with true essence spiritual solution lake. There was no change in the 4 seasons at all here. The sun rose and set. There was not even a bit of light. Yang Qin still relied on the operation of the spiritual power in his body to judge the time. He had already cultivated the 5th earth, 7th metal, 10th water secret art of the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art. Now he was cultivating the first with true secret art, but also in this place where the first with true essence was liquefied. Even if Yang Qin was a non-wood attribute pig, it was enough for him to get a glimpse of the door, not to mention that Yang Qin was a Hotian full attribute monster. The completion of the first with true secret art could only be described as a matter of course. When the complete first with true secret art was finally completed, Yang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his sea of consciousness had more than doubled again. The original entity of the Penglai Divine Wood, although it still maintained the shape of the Penglai Divine Wood, the aura that escaped was completely the aura of the first with true essence. The towering pillar of the Penglai Divine Wood was more than several times thicker than the original, and it abruptly pushed Yang Qin's sea of consciousness up to hundreds of feet. Even though the size of his sea of consciousness did not increase, it was still at least twice as big as it was before. Wood gave birth to fire, and the change of the Penglai Divine Wood directly triggered the change of the 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. In the end, this change occurred with the change of the first wood pillar. The length of the 2 fire dragons was also stretched from the original 100 feet to 200 feet. The flames on the body were raging, but there was no change. The spiritual awareness began to improve again until it reached the peak of the early Deshang stage, and then it stopped. However, Yang Qin did not have time to feel the changes in the sea of consciousness and the true essence. Then the first with true essence, which was already at the peak of the foundation stage, began to smoothly enter the process of solidifying Dan. In the body, the first with spirit power rushed to the dantian, and the meridians were instantly empty, but they were soon completely filled by the influx of the first with true essence from the outside world. Solidifying Dan was a process that required a lot of spirit power, so it took at least half a year to absorb the spirit power to meet the massive spirit power needed for the spiritual power compression during the solidifying Dan. But for Yang Qin at this time, the outside first with true essence lake, so far, had only dropped less than 3 points of height. The hundreds of feet deep first with true essence spiritual solution pool was simply an inexhaustible source of spirit power that could be used at any time. The spirit power needed to solidify Dan made Yang Qin absorb the first with true essence several times faster. The first with true essence spiritual solution was like it was free, madly rushing into Yang Qin's body. Of course, these first with true essence spiritual solutions were indeed free. It would take at least half a year to solidify Dan, but on this huge first with true essence spiritual solution pool, it took only 1 month to complete the process that would take 6 months to complete. Chapter 603. A turquoise golden Dan, formed in the dantian of Yang Qin, spun and spun, exuding a pure first wood aura. This was the first golden Dan of Yang Chen's great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art. At the moment of condensing, the surrounding space even trembled. The first would true essence spiritual solution below, at least a thick layer, was directly absorbed by Yang Chen into the body and filled in the first would golden Dan. The first would golden Dan almost instantly absorbed this large amount of first would true essence spiritual solution, and then the size of the golden Dan swelled like a balloon, quickly surpassing the third fire and fourth fire golden Dan, becoming the largest one. With this alone, the cultivation of the first with spiritual power directly surpassed the third fire and fourth fire, becoming the dominant spiritual power. Yang Chen's body also began to change. He was originally a cultivator with a fire attribute. Now, with a glance, one could determine that Yang Chen was a cultivator with a wood attribute. The golden Dan was formed, and the sea of consciousness began to change again after only a month. This time, it was the promotion to the Jedon stage. Not only did the sea of consciousness not increase, but it also shrank a little. Everything that built the sea of consciousness was directly condensed again, shrinking a bit, becoming 4/5 of the original size. The degree of conciseness of the spiritual awareness was higher than before, and the whole structure was more stable than before. After shrinking, it seemed that with the increase of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, it began to slowly return to its original size. The spiritual awareness also climbed all the way to the limit of the peak early Deshang stage, only one step away from entering the realm of the middle Deshang stage. After condensing the Dan Yang Chen, the wood attribute dominated and began to spontaneously absorb the first with true essence here. Although the speed was not as terrifying as when the Dan was formed, it was several times faster than when the Dan was condensed before. Because of the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation base, the speed of the first wood flying sword and the medicine garden Penglai divine, wood's absorption of the first wood true essence spiritual solution also doubled. Yang Chen even had an illusion that his own first wood true essence spiritual power had become the first wood true essence spiritual solution, and it had a vague connection with the first wood true essence spiritual solution outside. In the dark, Yang Chen had a feeling that he could make these first wood true essence spiritual solutions suddenly erupt at any time and destroy this place. All around was the first wood true essence, and Yang Chen seemed to have expanded a lot in this environment. Soon, Yang Chen was keenly aware that someone was staring at this place, and it was with hostility. With Yang Chen's sensitivity to the murderous aura, the guy staring at him was by no means a long time ago, but just stared at him. It must be that when Yang Chin Dan was condensed, Dan Master True Essence stage, Yang True King at Chin found. Mountain. By Yang Realm Master. Chin, Emperor of the Wood, he Dan Yang, Stage Master, Chin Realm. The city was jointly managed by two masters of the Deshang stage monster race. This city, to put it bluntly, was an immortal's cave, which could also be collected by the powerful. The immortal's cave left by an ascended guy, without the right technique, it could never be collected. There was only one end for forcibly collecting it. That was, the jade and stone would be destroyed together. The reason why Yang Chen was so sure was because of the first wood true essence spiritual solution lake under his feet. In fact, with so much first wood true essence spiritual solution accumulated here, as long as he was not careful when collecting it, the city above would be directly blown to ashes by the outbreak of the first wood true essence. If the immortal's cave had been collected, so much first wood true essence spiritual solution, it was simply a treasure for cultivation. How could it be left to Yang Chen so easily? If the real immortal's cave had been collected, so much first would true essence spiritual solution, it was simply the treasure of cultivation. How could it be so easily left to Yang Chen? It was not a fun thing to be stared at by one or two masters of the Deshang realm with hostility. It was not a fun thing to be stared at by one or two masters of the Deshang realm with hostility. The first would true essence spiritual solution lake under Yang Chen's feet suddenly began to ripple. The originally very stable lake's surface seemed to be stirred by a big hand. The liquid surface was tumbling all the way, and it seemed that something was about to surge up. Who? Yang Qin shouted, but his figure did not move. Little friend, don't panic. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, but it did not have any pressure or imposing aura at all. It sounded like an ordinary old man, and it gave people a lot of confidence. We don't have any ill intentions. A thought immediately flashed in Yang Chen's mind. There was more than one master. It seemed that only the two masters of the Deshang realm who managed the city could appear and make a sound here. The first with true essence spiritual solution under Yang Chen's feet was boiling more and more, showing an extremely unstable state. It seemed that the next moment, the huge first with true essence spiritual solution lake would suddenly erupt. Two masters of the Deshang realm. Their spiritual awareness appeared here. To say that they did not covet this first with true essence spiritual solution, Yang Chen would never believe it. Don't get me wrong. Yang Chen's reaction made the two city masters of the Deshang realm panic for a while. Once Yang Chen noticed that something was wrong and detonated the entire first with true essence spiritual solution lake, maybe the two masters of the Deshang realm could still survive, but the hundreds of thousands of monster cultivators in the entire city would be directly wiped out, leaving nothing behind. It was another city master of the Deshang realm who spoke urgently. At this time, they could not covet these first with true essence spiritual solutions. It was more important to appease Yang Chen. We have no malicious intent. The later city master quickly said, we just found the atmosphere here abnormal, so we came to check it out. There is no other meaning. This is your opportunity. We will never interfere. Opportunity? Yang Chen suddenly sneered. If I didn't have a magic weapon that could restrain this first with true essence spiritual solution, this would be my burial place. We know that you were forced to come in. Those who chased you, we will give you a thorough explanation. The previous city master listened to the resentful voice of Yang Qin and said directly, explanation? Yang Qin still had that disdainful voice. What explanation? How do you explain it? Wait a moment. The first city master directly dropped a sentence, and then there was no sound. However, Yang Qin did not dare to relax at all. Under the spying of the two masters of the Deshang realm, Yang Qin had to maintain absolute caution. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart, what were the thoughts of these two city masters? So much first with true essence spiritual solution, they actually watched it, which could only explain one thing. They did not have the ability to collect it, and at the same time they were also afraid that a strong collection would cause an explosion. This was the bargaining capital of Yang Qin now. While thinking the time had not even passed the time for a stick of incense, there was a chaotic sound above his head. Yang Chen looked up subconsciously and saw a few figures falling from the liquid above, like dumplings, directly falling into the first with true essence spiritual solution lake. Chapter 604. These figures were very familiar. They were clearly the leopard monsters who chased Yang Qin before he jumped into the pool. 3 Yuanying stage, 1 Jiran stage. They directly dealt with Yang Qin that day. However, they did not have the ability of Yang Qin to be able to move freely in the first with true essence. As soon as the figure fell into the first with true essence lake, it made a shrill scream. After a few screams, the first with true essence invaded their bodies, and they could no longer bear it and directly exploded. The flesh and blood of the 4 leopard monsters quickly turned into dust that could no longer be seen. The voice of the first city lord, who had just spoken, came again. Little friend, are you satisfied with this explanation? He did not move, and the guy who chased him was thrown into ashes by the city lord in front of him. If Yang Qin said that he was not satisfied, it would be a bit too much. Satisfied. Yang Chen's face was instantly full of smiles. I am very satisfied. It's good that you are satisfied. The voice of the first city lord came again. I don't know what instructions the city lord has. Yang Chen's voice eased a lot this time, but the first with true essence lake under his feet was still in the kind of posture, and he did not dare to relax a bit. Instructions? No. The first city lord also seemed to know that it was impossible to gain the trust of Yangchen at this time, and directly replied, "There is no instruction. You can cultivate here at will. Here is the first with true essence spiritual solution. You can absorb as much as you want. If you can absorb it all, it is also your ability. When you feel that it is enough, you can come out." "Can I absorb it all?" Yang Qin immediately realized something from the words of the first city lord and asked loudly, "You can absorb it as you wish." The voice of the second city lord came from the other side. "Your opportunity. You grasp it yourself. Take care of yourself." After that, the two city lords no longer spoke. It seemed that they were no longer here. However, Yang Qin knew that they had definitely been monitoring this place. From the attitude of the two, Yang Chen guessed that this first with true essence spiritual solution should have caused a lot of trouble for them. Sometimes delicious food wasn't just food. When it exceeded a certain amount, it could even cause a person to choke to death. Similarly, the same was true for the first with true essence spiritual solution. Perhaps at the beginning, these first with true essences were the most wonderful tonic for the city. But when the amount of first with true essence spiritual solution exceeded a certain amount, it would be a disaster for the entire city. Now the entire city was located on this huge first with true essence spiritual solution lake. Once the first with true essence spiritual solution exploded, the entire city would turn into flying ash. It could be said that this city in the tree was in danger of exploding at any time. As the city lord, the two Deshang stage monster cultivators could do nothing about it. It's not that they didn't think of a way, but even if it was the wood attribute monster race with the highest cultivation base, even a tree monster in the late Yuanying stage, when they entered here, it was inevitable that the first with true essence spiritual solution would enter their body and explode, not to mention the little guys of other attributes. In this regard, the two city lords have been at a loss, but they could not easily move the formation here. They could only struggle to maintain it in the city. The movement of Yang Chen's condensing Dan alarmed them. They suddenly discovered that someone could completely ignore these first with true essence spiritual solution and could even absorb it, which suddenly gave them hope. Especially when Yang Chen said that he had a magic weapon that could restrain the first with true essence spiritual solution. The two almost coincidentally began to think crookedly. If this magic weapon was in their hands, wouldn't they not have to worry about the disaster of these first with true essence spiritual solution? However, Yang Chen was too careful. As soon as he discovered their aura, he immediately controlled the first with true essence spiritual solution to the edge of the outbreak. As long as he thought about it, everything here would be wiped out with Yang Chen. This kind of behavior that would rather be a broken jade than a disorderly tile directly suppressed the two city lords, and they did not dare to act rashly. Of course, they soon knew how Yang Chen came in. After all, the movement that night was not small, and many people saw it. In order to calm Yang Chen's anger and comfort Yang Chen, the two did not hesitate to sacrifice the 3 leopard monsters in the Yuanying stage, and at the same time, the guy in the Jiran stage. Compared with solving the disaster of the first with true essence spiritual solution lake, what were a few little guys in the Yuanying stage? Dealing with them, not only could they stabilize Yang Chen, but they could also bring a good reputation to the city lords. Why not? Yang Chen was quiet again, but Yang Chen knew that the two city lords must be staring at this place all the time and would not relax at all. Yang Chen did not care and continued to sit above the first with flying sword, silently absorbing the first with true essence spiritual solution. There was too much first with true essence spiritual solution. Even if Yang Chen's cultivation base after the Jiran stage, the absorption of the first with true essence spiritual solution was only a drop in the bucket for such a large and deep first with true essence spiritual solution lake. The city lord let Yang Chen absorb it at will, and Yang Chen certainly would not let go of such an opportunity. However, even if he was allowed to absorb it, how much could he absorb? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Since this first wood true essence spiritual solution has now condensed into a liquid, then the wine gourd could hold any liquid. Could it also hold this first wood true essence spiritual solution? Holding the gourd in his hand, Yang Qin began to hesitate. After all, in this gourd, there was a lake of the four seas' mysterious coral liquid and a lake of the distiller's yeast. For Yang Chen, it could be said to be a precious thing. If he was not careful and damaged the gourd, it would not be worth the loss. Fortunately, this did not prevent Yang Qin from experimenting with a little first with true essence spiritual solution. As long as the amount could be controlled, then the absorption should be very safe. Carefully holding the gourd, Yang Chen's consciousness instantly immersed in the gourd and began to control the gourd to carefully collect a little first with true essence spiritual solution. Whoosh! A green shadow flew directly out of the first with true essence spiritual solution lake and flew into the gourd. What surprised Yang Qin was that the gourd did not have a castle, and the first with true essence spiritual solution was still the first with true essence spiritual solution, and it did not explode. This fully explained that Yang Qin could easily collect these first with true essence spiritual solutions. With this understanding, Yang Qin did not rest, and directly began to control the gourd to absorb the first with true essence spiritual solution. A green water chain began to be produced from the first with true essence spiritual solution lake, and quickly flew towards the mouth of the gourd. This time, the speed of absorption was more than doubled. In a short period of time, the first with true essence spiritual solution absorbed by the gourd had reduced the height of the lake by more than an inch. In the gourd, another place opened up a new deep pit. In the deep pit, it was completely filled with this dark green first with true essence spiritual solution. But there was no explosive instability. Seeing the scene, Yang Chen's face showed a smile again. Such a large first with true essence spiritual solution lake is finally my own. Chapter 605. After the addition of the gourd, the speed of collecting the first with true essence spiritual solution was several times faster. Although the huge spiritual solution lake was hundreds of feet deep, under the control of Yang Qin, the gourd could collect the first with true essence spiritual solution with a depth of 10 feet in one day. This kind of good thing could only be found in the gourd, and Yang Qin could use it anytime, anywhere. Chunyang Palace also had the old tree demon, and then he would see the little monstrous talent Mu Bo, plus the wood attribute Sun Qingxue. These would be precious gifts in the future. However, in the process of collecting, Yang Chen did not dare to relax his vigilance at all, and always kept the first with true essence spiritual solution on the edge of the outbreak. The two Deshang stage city lords, who could guarantee that they would not be tempted. Once they wanted to grab the gourd in Yang Chen's hands, Yang Qin could detonate it at any time. This was also a deterrent. Even if the first with true essence spiritual solution had no use for the two, this gourd could collect the first with true essence spiritual solution, so that the city would no longer have any worries. In any case, the two guys would not let Yang Chen leave like this. The 100 feet deep first with true essence spiritual solution lake, Yang Chen collected it for more than 100 days, nearly 5 months. Seeing the deep first with true essence spiritual solution lake reduced inch by inch, and now there was only a depth of less than a few feet. While the gourd collected the first with true essence spiritual solution, the medicine garden did not stop collecting the first with true essence. The Penglai divine wood, under the irrigation of the first with true essence, changed almost every day. In terms of absorbing the first with true essence, the Penglai divine wood had almost no limit. Every day, the Penglai divine wood grew taller and thicker, and the aura emitted was getting closer and closer to the purest first with true essence. The Penglai divine wood was the closest to the origin of the first wood. This irrigation with the first with true essence spiritual solution was simply the best catalyst. In just over half a year, even the worst Penglai divine wood was more robust than the one that Yang Qin used to refine the first with flying sword. The door in the bottle also became more and more solid, as if it would soon take shape. Of course, the first wood flying sword, which served as a medium, had also undergone tremendous changes. However, the change in the flying sword was mainly in its aura, not its shape. Whether it was Yang Chen's condensing Dan or the absorption of the first wood true essence spiritual solution in the medicine garden, they all needed the first wood flying sword as a medium. After such a long time of being washed by the liquid first wood true essence spiritual solution, even if no other materials were added to the first wood flying sword, it was already a pure first wood flying sword. The first wood golden Dan in Yang Chen's dantian was not idle these days, and was still madly absorbing the first wood true essence. This was much faster than Yang Chen refining a small bottle of 5th earth true essence, 10th water true essence, and 7th metal true essence, and using the 5th earth true secret art, 10th water true secret art, and 7th metal true secret art to continuously enhance these spiritual powers. In just 5 months, Yang Chen's first wood golden Dan had once again expanded a big circle, and the level of spiritual power was close to the peak of the early Jiedan stage. It seemed that he would soon enter the middle Jiedan stage. However, Yang Chen did not become complacent because of this. Although these spiritual powers were pure first with true essence, they were not cultivated by himself after all. There was a natural lack of tacit understanding with himself. Only by constantly consolidating could he completely turn these spiritual powers into his own use. Seeing that all the first would true essence spiritual solution here would be absorbed by Yang Chen, Yang Chen also began to ponder how to leave safely. With so much first would true essence spiritual solution, the two city lords would never be happy to watch Yang Chen take it away. In particular, Yang Chen's gourd could collect the first would true essence spiritual solution, which could solve the hidden dangers of the city forever, so Yang Chen could not easily leave. It was only because Yang Chen was now holding the first would true essence spiritual solution that could explode at any time, and the two city lords were so tolerant of him. On the one hand, it could be regarded as a temporary solution to the hidden dangers of the entire city. On the other hand, it was not waiting for the moment when Yang Chen relaxed his vigilance. At the moment when all the first would true essence spiritual solution was collected by the gourd, Yang Chen received the gourd into the merit ring. In this world, even if someone killed Yang Chen, it was impossible to get the gourd from the merit ring. However, on Yang Chen's body, there was still an aura of the first would true essence spiritual solution that was about to erupt. This kind of aura, Yang Chen's own spiritual power could already be simulated. Without the first would true essence spiritual solution, there was a huge empty space around, and a trace of the first would true essence spiritual solution came from all directions. Yang Chen understood that this must be the place where the immortal who was beheaded left to collect the first would true essence. Just because it had been too long, too much first would true essence had accumulated here and turned into a spiritual solution, so there would be such a change. Yang Chen estimated that the city was discovered by the later monster race too late, so such a situation would happen. In the future, as long as someone could collect the gathered first would true essence in time and prevent the first would true essence from gathering too much, all the problems would be solved. There was no light here. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored it, and there was nothing else worthy of Yang Chen's action. He put away the first wood flying sword and then flew directly into the strange liquid. In the liquid, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could not explore very far, but Yang Chen believed that even the spiritual awareness of the city lord could not pass through this liquid. Yang Chen was hesitating whether he should also collect some of these things, but after thinking about it, he finally chose to give up. All the arrangements here were left by the immortal who was beheaded. Yang Chen had already received the first would true essence spiritual solution left by him, and had already accepted the reward of the immortal. If he forcibly collected these liquids, once the entire city was affected, this immortal's cave might be destroyed. This kind of practice of doing things without leaving room was not Yang Chen's style. Even if he left a place for the monster race to develop and multiply, Yang Chen was not afraid. Tao, devil, and monster race were all cultivators between heaven and earth, and they were indispensable. Since even the heavenly court left a place for the monster race, Yang Chen would not even have this heart. All the way up, the force that could follow the spiritual awareness and pull people down was long gone. Yang Chen rose smoothly and entered the pool at the beginning. Rising along the pool again, soon Yang Chen came out of the water. However, as soon as he came out of the water, Yang Chen saw two old men, one on the left and one on the right, standing on both sides of the pool, smiling at Yang Chen. At this time, Yang Chen was not afraid of any spiritual awareness being attracted, and directly released his spiritual awareness to explore the surrounding movements. However, under this exploration, Yang Chen was surprised. Within the scope of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration, apart from the two old men in front of him, there was only a large group of Yuanying stage monster race masters in the distance, and there was no one else.